I don't go into the high country anymore. People ask why, and I usually tell them it's my knees or that I've just lost the taste for sleeping on the hard ground. But the truth is much simpler and much harder to believe. I'm 38 now, and I've spent most of my life as a surveyor. I'm a man of maps, coordinates, and physical realities. I deal in things that can be measured with a laser and recorded on a ledger. But 3 years ago, in a nameless glacial valley in the North Cascades, I found something that doesn't fit on a map. It started as a solo scouting trip. I was looking for a specific drainage pipe route for a private land developer who had more money than sense. The area was remote, about a 6-hour hike from the nearest Forest Service road. I liked the isolation back then. There's a specific kind of silence you find in the deep woods. It's not the absence of sound, but the presence of nature's own hum. Wind through the hemlocks, the distant rush of meltwater, the occasional crack of a dry limb. It's predictable, it's honest. I reached the valley around 4 in the afternoon. It was a hanging valley, a bowl-shaped depression carved by ice thousands of years ago, perched high above the main canyon floor. The granite walls were steep, rising up like the ribs of a cathedral, and the floor was a lush, unnaturally green meadow split by a narrow, crystal-clear creek. It was beautiful, but the moment I stepped over the lip of the ridge, the air felt heavy. It was that feeling you get right before a massive thunderstorm, where the static makes the hair on your arms stand up. I set up my camp near a cluster of ancient, twisted cedars. I was tired, my pack was heavy, and I made my first mistake. I didn't pay attention to the acoustics. I was humming a mindless tune, some old folk song my father used to sing, while I hammered in my tent stakes. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of the mallet hit the aluminum stake and bounced off the granite walls. Standard echo. I didn't think twice about it. I finished the tent, tossed my sleeping bag inside, and sat on a flat rock to boil some water for a dehydrated meal. Almost done, I muttered to myself. It's a habit you pick up when you spend days alone. You talk to the trees just to make sure your voice still works. A second later, the echo came back from the far side of the valley. Almost done. It was my voice, same gravelly tone, same weary inflection, but it felt delayed. Usually an echo follows the sound almost instantly or within a fraction of a second. This took a full 3 seconds to return. I frowned, looking over at the sheer cliff face. Maybe the distance was greater than I'd estimated. I shrugged it off and started eating. As the sun began to dip behind the western peaks, throwing the valley into a deep purple shadow, the temperature plummeted. I zipped up my fleece and reached for my bare canister. That's when it happened. I hadn't said a word for 20 minutes. I was just sitting there, watching the steam rise from my coffee. Watch your step, Ben. The rock is slicker than it looks. The voice came from the trees behind me. It was clear, it was crisp, and it was my voice. The problem wasn't just that I hadn't spoken. The problem was that I hadn't said those words yet. Not today, not ever. My name is Ben, yes, but I was alone. Who was I warning? I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I didn't move for a long time. I scanned the tree line, expecting to see a prankster or another hiker, but the meadow was empty. The shadows were lengthening, stretching out like long, dark fingers across the grass. "Who's there?" I called out. My voice sounded thin and fragile in the vastness. The echo didn't come back immediately. I waited, counting my breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. "Who's there?" the valley replied. But then, a second later, from a different direction, the high scree slope to the north, came a different sound. A sound of someone sobbing. It was a jagged, desperate sound. It lasted for maybe 3 seconds and then cut off abruptly. I stood up, grabbing my heavy-duty flashlight. I'm a rational man. I told myself it was wind through a rock formation. I told myself it was a pika or a marmot making a strange cry. But the sobbing had a cadence. It had the distinct, wet sound of human lungs gasping for air between cries. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my tent with my bear spray in one hand and my folding knife in the other. Every time the wind picked up, I heard snippets of things. Not echoes of what I was doing, but echoes of things that felt like they were waiting to happen. "Did you find the keys?" a voice whispered at midnight. It sounded like me, but older, raspy. "I can't see the trail anymore," I heard at 2:00 a.m., coming from the very top of the granite cliffs where no human could possibly be standing. By dawn, I was a wreck. I told myself I was having some kind of altitude-induced hallucination. It happens. Thin air, isolation, and exhaustion can do strange things to the chemistry of the brain. I decided to pack up and leave. The survey could wait. The developer could find someone else. As I was stuffing my sleeping bag into its compression sack, I dropped my water bottle. It rolled toward the creek. I chased after it, my boots slipping on the wet, mossy stones near the bank. My foot went out from under me. I threw my hands out to break my fall, and my palms slammed into a sharp, jagged piece of obsidian-colored rock. It sliced deep, a clean, red line opening up across my lifeline. "Damn it," I yelled, clutching my hand. "Watch your step, Ben. The rock is slicker than it looks." I froze. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Those were the exact words I had heard the evening before, the exact inflection, the exact warning. I looked up at the trees where the voice had come from. There was no one there, but now I understood. The valley wasn't echoing the past, it was echoing the future. It was a localized glitch in the way time moved, a sonic ripple that moved backward instead of forward. I should have run then. I should have just grabbed my pack and bolted for the ridge. But curiosity is a dangerous thing for a man who likes to measure the world. If the valley could echo 5 minutes into the future or 12 hours, how far could it go? I stood by the creek, my hand dripping blood onto the white stones, and I did something stupid. I stayed silent. I waited to see what the valley would tell me next. For an hour, there was nothing but the wind. Then the air went dead still. The birds stopped chirping. The creek seemed to muffle its own bubbling. From the far end of the valley, where the canyon narrowed into a dark, choked throat of fallen timber, came a sound that made my blood turn to ice. It wasn't my voice this time. It was a sound of something heavy being dragged over gravel. Scrape, thud, scrape, thud. And then a voice spoke. It wasn't mine. It was a flat, toneless voice that sounded like two stones rubbing together. It was right behind my ear, though I was standing in the middle of an open field. "He's still here," the voice said. I didn't wait for the echo. I didn't wait to see if that was a future version of someone else or something else. I grabbed my pack, leaving my tent and my expensive surveying equipment behind. I ran. I scrambled up the ridge, my lungs burning, my sliced hand throbbing. As I reached the top of the hanging lip, the point where you transition back to the normal world, I looked back one last time. Down in the meadow near my abandoned tent, I saw a figure. It was small, distant, but unmistakable. It was me. I was standing there looking at the creek. I watched myself, or the memory of myself, slip and fall. I heard my own voice drift up the canyon. Watch your step, Ben. The rock is slicker than it looks. But then I saw the other thing. Something was emerging from the trees behind the me in the meadow. It was tall, too tall, and its limbs moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, like a puppet being pulled by tangled strings. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, pale surface where features should be. It stopped a few feet behind the version of me that was still down there, oblivious, tending to his cut hand. The thing opened a mouth that wasn't there a second ago. "He's still here," it whispered. I didn't stop running until I hit the trailhead. I drove 3 hours to the nearest hospital to get my hand stitched. When the nurse asked how I did it, I told her I slipped on a rock. "You look like you've seen a ghost, honey," she said, wiping the blood away. "Not a ghost," I told her, "just a Friday that hasn't happened yet." I never went back for my gear. A few weeks later, I looked up the coordinates on a satellite map. The valley was there, but the resolution was blurry, a smear of green and gray that wouldn't sharpen no matter how much I zoomed in. I still have the scar on my hand. It aches whenever the pressure drops. And sometimes, when the house is very quiet and the wind hits the eaves of my roof just right, I hear a faint, distorted sound coming from the hallway. It sounds like a heavy weight being dragged over gravel. Scrape, thud, scrape, thud. And then my own voice, sounding older, terrified, and very, very close. "Don't open the door, Ben. It's already inside." I haven't opened my bedroom door in 3 hours. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know. If you find a valley in the Cascades where the birds don't sing and your voice comes back to you before you've even spoken, don't stay, don't listen, because the future isn't just a series of events. In that place, the future is something that hunts. And it's very, very hungry. The sweat on my palms makes it hard to hold the pen, but the scratching of the nib against the paper is the only thing keeping me tethered to the present. I am sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at the gap beneath the bedroom door. The hallway light is on, casting a thin, buttery rectangle onto the carpet, but something is wrong with the shadow. It isn't casting straight. It's flickering, rhythmic, as if the light source itself is gasping for air. Scrape, thud. The sound is just outside now. It isn't a dream. It isn't a memory. It's the sound of a future that has finally caught up to the present. I keep thinking back to that valley, trying to find the point where the thread snapped. I was a man of logic. I believed in the linear progression of time. A leads to B, and B leads to C, but that valley taught me that time is more like a crumpled map. Sometimes the mountains touch the sea. Sometimes the end of the journey is pressed right up against the beginning. I remember the drive home from the hospital that night 3 years ago. I had the windows rolled up and the radio blasting static, anything to drown out the silence. But even then I could feel it, a weight in the backseat, not a physical presence but a spatial one, a pocket of air that felt denser than the rest. I told myself it was the trauma. I told myself that seeing a faceless, elongated version of myself, or whatever that thing was, had fractured my psyche. I tried to return to my life. I moved out of my apartment in Seattle and bought this small house on the outskirts of Olympia, thinking the suburban sprawl would act as a buffer. I traded the high country surveys for municipal boundary work. I stayed in the lowlands where the land is flat and the echoes have nowhere to hide. For 2 years it worked. The silence was just silence. My hand healed into a jagged white line, and the nightmares began to fade into that dull, gray background radiation of a life lived in fear. But then 6 months ago, the echoes started returning, not in a valley, but in my own home. It started small. I'd be in the kitchen, reaching for a glass, and I'd hear the sound of the glass shattering on the tile. I'd freeze, my hand inches from the cupboard, only to find the glass perfectly intact. 5 minutes later, my grip would slip and the glass would hit the floor, clink, crash, the exact sound I'd heard. I began to realize that I hadn't left the valley behind, or rather the valley hadn't left me. I had carried a piece of that heavy air out in my lungs, in my blood, in the very marrow of my bones. I was a walking transmitter for a future that hadn't happened yet. I started wearing noise-canceling headphones, trying to block out the spoilers of my own life. I didn't want to know if the toast would burn. I didn't want to hear the phone ring before it actually did. But you can't deafen yourself to the inevitable. 3 nights ago, the nature of the echoes changed. They stopped being about mundane accidents and started being about it. The thing from the meadow, the faceless surveyor. I was brushing my teeth when I heard the sound of my front door splintering. I ran to the living room, heart pounding, only to find the door locked and solid. I stood there for an hour watching it. Nothing happened. I went back to bed, thinking I'd finally lost my mind. Then at 3:00 a.m., a gust of wind caught a loose branch outside and slammed it into the door with such force that the wood groaned and cracked. It wasn't the door breaking, but it was the sound of it. The valley had been playing the sound of the wind 3 hours early. But the voice is what broke me. The voice I'm hearing now, the one telling me not to open the door, isn't just an echo. It's a warning. And if there's one thing I learned in the North Cascades, it's that the warnings are always 100% accurate. If the me from 10 seconds in the future tells me the rock is slick, I am going to fall. Scrape, thud. It's right against the wood now. I can hear the handle jiggling. It's not a frantic jiggle. It's slow, deliberate. The way a person might test a piece of fruit for ripeness. Ben, I whisper to myself, think you're a surveyor, map the problem. The problem is a temporal displacement. The entity, let's call it the echo, exists in a state of soon. It isn't here yet, but the sound of its arrival is vibrating through the walls because the house itself has become a hanging valley. The trauma of that day, the sheer impossibility of what I saw, created a gravity well. I didn't just see my future, I invited it to follow me home. I look around my bedroom. There's a window, but it's a 20-foot drop to a concrete patio. My phone is on the nightstand, but who do I call? The police? What do I tell them? Officer, I'm being hunted by a sound that hasn't happened yet. They'd have me in a psych ward before the echo even touched the porch. Don't open the door, Ben. It's already inside. The voice comes again. It's my voice, but the terror in it is so thick I can almost taste it. It sounds like I'm screaming through a mouthful of glass. Wait. If the voice says it's already inside, but the door is still closed, then the inside isn't the room, it's the house, or it's the shadow. I look back at the door. The flickering shadow in the gap is growing. It's seeping under the door like spilled ink. It isn't a shadow cast by light, it's a negation of light. It's a hole in the world. I back away, pressing my spine against the headboard of my bed. My hand, the one with the scar, is throbbing so hard I can see the pulse in the white tissue. The scar isn't just a mark, it's a coordinate. It's the exact spot where the valley bit me. The dragging sound stops. Silence. The kind of silence you find in the deep woods, the presence of nature's own hum. But there is no nature here, Only the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the distant sound of a neighbor's dog barking. Then the dog stops, abruptly, like a tape being cut. A soft knock. Knock, knock, knock. Polite, almost shy. Ben, a voice calls out from the other side. It isn't my voice, it isn't the stone-rubbing stone voice of the tall thing. It's my mother's voice. She died 6 years ago. Ben, honey, it's cold out here. Let me in. My eyes well up with tears. It's a trick. I know it's a trick. The valley doesn't just echo the future. It echoes the things we've lost to the past to lure us into the heavy air. You're not her, I croaked. I found your keys, Ben, the voice says. My breath hitches. Did you find the keys? The whisper I heard at midnight in the valley. The loop is closing. The things I heard 3 years ago weren't just random snippets of a potential future. They were the script for tonight. I look at the nightstand. My car keys are sitting right there. I pick them up. My hand is shaking so violently the metal jingles. I can't see the trail anymore, I hear myself say, but I didn't say it. Not yet. I feel the urge to say it, a pressure in my throat, a physical necessity to fulfill the prophecy of the echo. The door handle turns, the lock clicks. I didn't unlock it. The house is failing. The physical realities I spent my life measuring, the wood, the steel, the distance, are becoming as fluid as water. Ben, open the door. My mother's voice is losing its shape. It's becoming distorted, the syllables stretching out until they sound like the low-frequency groan of a shifting glacier. B, N, oo, pp pen. The door begins to swing inward. I scramble toward the window. I don't care about the drop. I don't care about the concrete. I just need to get out of the bowl. I need to get over the ridge. I throw the window open. The night air is cool, but it doesn't feel right. It feels thick, static charged. The smell of hemlock and wet granite floods the room, drowning out the smell of my laundry detergent and stale coffee. I look out into my backyard. My suburban fence is gone. The neighbor's house is gone. Stretching out beneath my window is the lush, unnaturally green meadow of the hanging valley. The crystal-clear creek glints in the moonlight. The granite walls rise up like the ribs of a cathedral, encircling my house. I'm back, or I never left. I turn back to the bedroom door. It's wide open now. Standing in the hallway is the figure. It's taller than the ceiling, its head tucked at a sickening angle to fit into the frame. Its skin is the color of a drowned bone. It has no eyes, no nose, only that jagged, vertical slit where a mouth should be. It's holding something in its long, spindly fingers. It's my surveying transit, the one I left behind 3 years ago. The thing raises the transit to its face, or where its face should be. It's leveling it, it's measuring me. He's still here, the thing whispers. This time there is no delay, no 3-second wait. The sound and the sight are one and the same. The echo has caught the voice. I realized then that the valley wasn't a place. It was a predator. It doesn't eat your body, it eats your time. It lures you in with the familiar, traps you in the heavy air, and then slowly, over years, it collapses your timeline until your past, present, and future are all squeezed into a single, terrifying moment of consumption. The thing takes a step into the room. Scrape, thud. The scrape is its long, black nails dragging across the carpet. The thud is the weight of a future that is too heavy for the present to support. I jump. I don't jump out the window to the patio. I jump into the meadow. The transition is like hitting a wall of cold water. The air screams in my ears, 1,000 echoes all playing at once. I hear my father singing. I hear the mallet hitting the stakes. I hear the sobbing on the scree slope. I hear the nurse in the hospital. I hear the glass breaking in my kitchen. I hit the grass hard, the breath leaving my lungs in a sharp woof. I scramble to my feet, looking back at the window. It's just a hovering rectangle of light in the middle of the meadow, a frame showing my empty bedroom. I see the tall thing standing there, looking out at me. It looks disappointed. I turn and run toward the creek. I know this place. I've mapped it. I know where the lip is. If I can just reach the ridge, if I can just cross the boundary where the air changes, I can get back to the world where things only happen once. But as I run, the valley begins to change. The granite walls are closing in. The creek is widening, turning into a rushing torrent of gray meltwater. The trees, the ancient, twisted cedars, are moving. They aren't walking, they're growing and dying in seconds, their branches lashing out like whips as they cycle through decades of life in a heartbeat. "Watch your step, Ben," I yell. I don't say it because I want to. I say it because the air demands it. I reach the creek. The stones are mossy and wet. I see the obsidian rock, the one that cut me. It's waiting there, glowing with a faint, malevolent light. I try to leap over it, but the heavy air pulls at my boots. I slip. My hand goes down. The rock slices into my palm, not the old scar, a new one parallel to the first. "Damn it," I scream. I look up. On the ridge, 300 feet above me, I see a figure. It's a man. He's wearing a fleece jacket and carrying a heavy-duty flashlight. He's looking down at me with an expression of pure horror. It's me from 3 years ago. I realize I am the sobbing he heard on the scree slope. I am the ghost that drove him away. "Run," I try to shout to him. "Don't look back, get out of here." But the valley doesn't let those words out. It filters them. It bends them. What the Ben on the ridge hears is, "I can't see the trail anymore." He turns and bolts. I watch him go, watch myself go, knowing that he's running toward a life that will eventually lead him right back to this bedroom, to this window, to this jump. I'm trapped in the circuit. But then I hear a new sound, a sound that wasn't in the script. It's a low, rhythmic thumping, like a helicopter or a heart. I look toward the throat of the valley, the dark place where the fallen timber is choked together. The tall thing is there, but it isn't coming for me. It's looking up. A light, a real, artificial, blindingly white light, is descending from the sky. "Search and rescue," I whisper. No, it's too bright, too silent. It isn't a helicopter, it's a tear in the sky. The valley doesn't like it. The granite walls begin to vibrate, a high-pitched whine that sets my teeth on edge. The heavy air begins to thin. The tall thing lets out a sound I will never forget. It isn't a voice. It's the sound of 1,000 mirrors shattering at once. It begins to dissolve, its long limbs fraying into smoke, its faceless head turning into a cloud of ash. The valley is being unmade. I realize that the developer, the man with more money than sense, must have sent someone else. Or maybe the glitch in the maps was noticed by someone higher up. Someone who deals in things even more inexplicable than temporal echoes. The white light expands, swallowing the meadow, the creek, and the twisted cedars. I close my eyes. When I open them, I am lying on a Forest Service road. The sun is rising, the air is thin and cold, but it's light, it's honest. I look at my hand. There are two scars now, one old and white, one fresh and red. I stand up, my knees aching, my body feeling like it's been put through a rock crusher. I look back toward the mountains. The hanging valley is gone. In its place is a jagged scar of raw earth and shattered stone, as if a giant hand had reached down and scooped the entire bowl out of the mountainside. I start walking. I don't look for my car. I don't look for my gear. I just walk. It's been 3 days since I got back. I'm staying in a motel in a town I won't name. I'm writing this on the back of the room service menus. I thought I was safe. I thought the light had broken the loop. But an hour ago, I was sitting here, staring at the TV, when the volume suddenly cut to 0. In the silence, I heard a sound from the bathroom. Scrape, thud. And then a whisper, not from the hallway, not from the future. It came from inside my own chest. He's still here. I look in the mirror, my face looks the same. My eyes are the same, but when I breathe, I don't see my breath on the glass, and when I speak, the sound doesn't come out of my mouth. It comes from the corner of the room, 3 seconds later. The valley didn't eat my time, it replaced it. I am the echo now, and somewhere out there in the real world, the real Ben is just waking up, thinking he's escaped. He's going to go to the hospital. He's going to buy a house in Olympia. He's going to think he's safe. And I'm going to be the sound he hears in the hallway. I'm going to be the shadow under his door. I'm not the hunter, I'm the haunting. I have 17 more parts of this story to tell you, but I don't know if the me who is writing this will be the same me who finishes it. The ink is starting to look like shadow. The paper feels like granite. If you're reading this, check your watch. If the second hand pauses for just a fraction too long. Don't open the door, I'm already inside. The motel room smells of ozone and cheap lemon-scented disinfectant, a combination that makes my stomach churn. I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, the springs groaning beneath me, but the sound doesn't reach my ears until I've already stood up to pace. The lag is getting worse. The latency of my existence is stretching from seconds into minutes. I dropped a pen 5 minutes ago. I am still waiting to hear it hit the floor. I need to understand the mechanics of this displacement before I lose the ability to interact with the physical world entirely. I am a surveyor. I measure things. I define the boundaries between here and there. But how do you measure the distance between now and then when you are the gap in between? I walked to the motel window and pulled back the heavy, dust-caked curtains. The town outside, a blink-and-you-miss-it logging village called Acosta, looked like a faded photograph. The colors were desaturated, the edges of the buildings slightly blurred, as if the world were a long exposure shot and I was the only thing moving too fast to be captured. Or perhaps I was the only thing moving too slow. A red pickup truck drove past on the highway. I watched it go by in total silence. Then, nearly 30 seconds later, the roar of its engine and the crunch of gravel vibrated through the glass. The sound was disconnected from its source, a ghost noise haunting the space the truck had already vacated. I looked down at my hands. The twin scars on my palm were pulsing. Not in rhythm with my heart, I couldn't feel my heart anymore, but in rhythm with the high-pitched whine that had started to emanate from the walls of the room. It was the same sound the valley made before the white light took it. I realized then that the white light hadn't been a rescue, it had been a correction. The universe had detected a flaw in the topography of time, a pocket where the future was leaking into the past, and it had cauterized it. But I was a part of that leak. I was the contaminated sample. When the light scooped out the valley, it didn't leave me behind in the real world. It spat me out into the margins. I am living in the white space of the map. I sat back down at the small laminate desk and reached for the next room service menu. My movements felt heavy, as if I were wading through waist-deep water. Every action required a conscious effort of will, a forceful push against the heavy air that had followed me out of the Cascades. I began to write, the pen scratching across the paper. Part 4, The Geometry of the Void. But as I wrote, the letters started to drift. They didn't stay on the lines. They floated upward, the ink shimmering and vibrating. I watched, mesmerized, as the word echo detached itself from the page and hovered an inch above the paper. It was three-dimensional, a tiny, jagged sculpture made of shadow. I reached out to touch it, and my finger passed right through. A jolt of ice-cold electricity shot up my arm, and for a brief, terrifying second, I saw through the walls of the motel. I didn't see the parking lot or the pine trees. I saw the framework. It looked like a vast, infinite grid of golden lines stretching out in every direction. Each line was a life, a path, a sequence of cause and effect. I could see the line that was Ben, the real Ben, moving steadily forward, a bright, solid cord of light. But trailing behind him like a frayed thread or a parasitic vine was a dark, flickering shadow. May. I wasn't just following him. I was draining him. Every time I experienced a lag, every time I heard a sound before or after it happened, I was pulling energy from his timeline to sustain my own flickering existence. The closer I got to him, the more his world would begin to fray. The heavy air wasn't a property of the valley. It was the friction caused by two versions of the same soul occupying the same coordinate. I pulled my hand back and the vision snapped shut. The motel room returned dim, dingy, and silent. I felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of guilt. I had spent 3 years terrified of the thing in the valley, thinking it was a monster trying to kill me. But it wasn't a monster, it was a predecessor. It was someone else who had been caught in the loop, someone who had become an echo and spent centuries trying to find a way back into the light. The faceless surveyor hadn't been measuring me for a kill. It had been trying to find a point of convergence. It had been trying to find a way home. And now I was the one in the hallway. I was the one testing the door handle. I looked at the bathroom door. It was closed. I knew with a certainty that bypassed logic that if I walked over and opened it, I wouldn't see a toilet and a shower. I would see the hallway of the house in Olympia. I would see the back of the real Ben as he stood in the kitchen, reaching for a glass. I had become the architect of my own haunting. The phone on the nightstand rang. I didn't move, I waited 10 seconds, 20, 30. On the 31st second, the sound hit me. A shrill, piercing electronic chirp that seemed to vibrate inside my skull. I picked up the receiver. I didn't say hello. I couldn't. My voice was currently busy whispering to Ben in Olympia, 300 miles away and 6 months in the future. Ben. The voice on the other end was familiar. It was Sarah. Sarah was the only person I had ever really loved. We had broken up a year before I went to the North Cascades because I was too distant, too obsessed with the empty spaces on the map. I hadn't spoken to her in 4 years. Sarah, I thought the word, but what came out of the receiver was a distorted, metallic groan. Ben, is that you? You called me. You left a message saying you found something in the mountains. You sounded like you were underwater. I stared at the phone. I hadn't called her. I didn't even have her number anymore. I didn't. You said the map was wrong, she continued, her voice trembling. You said the mountains weren't made of rock. You said they were made of memory. Ben, you're scaring me. Where are you? I looked at the scars on my hand. The red one was glowing now, a fierce, angry crimson. I'm in Acosta, I tried to say. But the words that Sarah heard, the words that traveled through the line and into the past where she was receiving this call, were, the loop is closing, don't look at the reflections. What, Ben? I can't understand you. There's so much static. It sounds like 1,000 people are talking at once. I dropped the phone. It dangled by its cord, swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the pendulum hit my ears a minute later, but by then, the room had changed again. The walls were melting. The floral wallpaper was peeling away in long, wet strips, revealing not the drywall beneath but the raw, gray granite of the valley walls. The carpet was turning into moss. The ceiling was dissolving into a swirling vortex of white mist. The motel was being reclaimed. The correction hadn't finished with me yet. I realized that Acosta didn't exist, not for me. I had never left the road. I was still lying in the dirt, the sun rising over the shattered remains of the hanging valley, and this entire motel experience was just another layer of the echo, a mental construct my brain had built to process the fact that I was no longer a three-dimensional being. I wasn't in a room. I was in a memory of a room. I stood up and walked toward the bathroom door. I didn't have a choice anymore. The heavy air was crushing the motel, flattening the furniture, turning the world into a two-dimensional plane. The only thing that had any depth, any reality, was the golden line of the real Ben. I reached for the handle. As my fingers closed around the cold metal, I felt a sudden, violent pull. It wasn't physical, it was ontological. My entire history, every birthday, every meal, every heartbeat was being sucked through a straw toward a single point in time. I turned the handle and pushed the door open. I wasn't in a bathroom. I was standing in the shadows of a small house on the outskirts of Olympia. It was night. The air smelled of rain and stale coffee. I could hear the hum of a refrigerator. I stepped out of the shadows and into the kitchen. There he was. He was standing at the counter, his back to me. He looked thinner than I remembered. His hair was unkempt, his shoulders hunched in a posture of permanent exhaustion. He was wearing a gray sweatshirt, the one Sarah had given me for my 25th birthday. He reached for a glass in the cupboard. I felt a surge of desperate, agonizing hunger, not for food but for presence. I wanted to touch the counter. I wanted to feel the cold tile beneath my feet. I wanted to be there in the moment instead of being the echo of the moment. I took a step forward. My foot hit the floor. Clink, crash. The sound of the glass shattering rang out before he even touched it. He froze. His hand was inches from the cupboard. He stood there for a long time, staring at the empty air where the sound had come from. I could see the terror radiating off him in waves, a cold blue light that illuminated the kitchen. "Who's there?" he whispered. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell him to run, to get out of the house, to find a place where the land was truly flat and the echoes had no place to hide. But I knew what would happen. If I spoke, he would hear a warning. He would hear the voice that would eventually drive him back to the valley. I was the predator. I was the one who would eventually eat his time. He turned around, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He looked right at me. But he didn't see me. He saw a pocket of heavy air. He saw a distortion in the light. He saw a faceless, elongated version of himself, a shadow cast by a sun that hadn't risen yet. He backed away, his hands shaking. He ran out of the kitchen toward the bedroom. I followed him. I didn't want to, but the golden cord was pulling me. I was tethered to him by the scars on our palms. We were two ends of the same string, and the universe was folding the string in half. I watched him go into the bedroom and lock the door. I stood in the hallway, my long, spindly fingers brushing against the wood. I could hear him inside. He was brushing his teeth. He was trying to pretend everything was normal. He was trying to map the problem. I leaned my head against the door. "Ben," I whispered. But what he heard was, "Don't open the door, Ben. It's already inside." I felt a sickening sense of completion. The loop was perfect. Every word I said, every movement I made was exactly what I had heard 6 months ago. I wasn't an actor in a play. I was the recording of the play. But then I remembered the white light. I remembered the sound of the mirrors shattering. The correction had destroyed the valley, but it hadn't destroyed me. It had just moved me. If the valley was a predator that ate time and the white light was a force that deleted errors, then there had to be a third factor. There had to be a reason why I was still here, why I was allowed to haunt myself. I looked down at my hands. The two scars were no longer parallel. They were crossing. They were forming an X. A coordinate. I wasn't just a haunting. I was a marker. I realized that the real Ben wasn't the goal. He was the bait. The thing that had been in the valley, the original faceless surveyor, hadn't been trying to get home. It had been trying to get out. It had used me as a bridge to escape the correction. And now I was being used as a bridge for something else. I felt a cold wind blowing through the hallway. It didn't come from the windows or the doors. It came from the white space between the golden lines. Something was coming through the gap I had made, something that didn't belong in the map at all. I heard a soft knock on the front door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Ben," a voice called out. It was my mother's voice. I felt a surge of rage. I knew it wasn't her. I knew it was the thing from the heavy air, the thing that had survived the destruction of the valley by hitching a ride in my marrow. I turned away from the bedroom door. I walked back into the living room. The front door was vibrating. The wood was groaning, ready to splinter. The shadow was seeping under the frame, a black ink that was erasing the floorboards. I reached out and grabbed the handle. "No," I whispered. This time the sound didn't lag. This time the voice was mine. I wasn't going to let it in. I wasn't going to be the bridge. If I was an echo, then I could choose what to reflect. I could choose to be the silence instead of the scream. I gripped the handle with both hands, the scars on my palms searing with white-hot pain. I pulled back not to open the door, but to hold it shut against the weight of the inevitable. The house began to shake. The golden lines of the framework appeared again, but they were cracking. The real Ben's timeline was vibrating, threatened by the sheer pressure of the void on the other side of the door. "Ben, honey, let me in," the voice said, but it was no longer my mother's. It was a chorus of 1,000 voices, all the people who had ever been lost in the heavy air, all the echoes that had been deleted by the light. They wanted back in. They wanted to occupy the present. "You're not real," I shouted. The door buckled. A crack appeared in the center panel. Through the gap, I didn't see the porch. I saw the white light, not the corrective light of the universe, but the hungry, empty white of the void. I realized then that the real Ben was the only thing keeping the world solid. His belief in the linear progression of time, A leads to B and B leads to C, was the anchor. If he saw me, if he truly understood what I was, the anchor would snap and the void would flood in. I had to protect his ignorance. I had to be the ghost so he could stay the man. I turned back to the bedroom door. "Run, Ben," I screamed. The words hit the door like a physical blow. Inside, I heard him scramble toward the window. I heard the glass break, the real glass this time. I heard him jump. I felt a sudden lightness. The golden cord was stretching, thinning. As he moved away from the house, away from the heavy air, the connection was weakening. The door in front of me exploded. The white void rushed in, a silent, freezing tide. It swallowed the sofa, the TV, the kitchen table. It moved toward me, erasing everything it touched. I didn't run, I couldn't. I was a part of the void now. I stood in the center of the dissolving room and watched as the last of the real world faded away. I saw Ben running through the meadow, the memory of the meadow, toward the ridge. I saw him reach the Forest Service road. I saw him stand up in the morning sun, looking at his hands. He was safe for now. But I saw the second scar on his hand, the fresh red one. I realized that the loop wasn't a circle, it was a spiral. Every time it came around, it got tighter. Every time the heavy air got denser. I am part 3 of 20. I have 17 more versions of myself to go through. 17 more times I have to be the shadow in the hallway, the voice in the bathroom, the hand on the door. 17 more times I have to sacrifice my existence to keep the spiral from collapsing. The white void reached my feet. I looked down at the floorboards as they vanished. "See you soon, Ben," I whispered. The sound didn't come from the corner of the room. It didn't come from the past or the future. It came from everywhere. And then there was only the white. I am waiting in the heavy airs now. I am the silence between the heartbeats. I am the reason you look over your shoulder when you're alone in a quiet room. I am the survey of a land that doesn't exist. And I'm still measuring. The distance between us is getting shorter. Part 4 is coming. Can you hear the scrape? Can you hear the thud? Don't look at the reflections. I'm already there. The white did not stay white. Eventually, it curdled into the gray of a pre-dawn fog, the kind that tastes like wet wool and old pennies. I was no longer in the house in Olympia. I was no longer in the motel in Acosta. I was standing in a place where the geography was composed entirely of discarded intentions. I looked down. My feet weren't touching ground. They were hovering a fraction of an inch above a surface that looked like frozen smoke. This was the basement of the universe, the crawl space where the things that don't fit are swept. I felt the weight of the 17 versions ahead of me, a psychic pressure that felt like being at the bottom of a very deep, very cold ocean. I began to walk. There were no directions here, no north or south, only towards and away. I was walking towards the next iteration, the fifth knot in the spiral. As I moved, the fog began to take shapes. They weren't solid, but they were persistent. I saw a telephone pole, its wires humming with the voices of a million missed calls. I saw a rusted swing set that creaked in a wind I couldn't feel. These were the landmarks of the heavy air, the debris of lives that had been caught in the correction and shredded. Ben. The voice didn't come from behind me, it came from inside my chest. It was the voice of the version of me that was currently part 5. He was already ahead, already suffering, already waiting for me to catch up so he could pass the burden down the line. I'm here, I said. My voice didn't travel. It just sat in the air, a heavy, leaden thing that fell to the smoke floor and shattered. I realized then that the geometry of the void wasn't about shapes. It was about the math of loss. To keep the real Ben alive, the universe required a constant payment of memory and identity. I was the currency. Every step I took into the fog, another piece of my childhood, another face of a friend, another smell of a home-cooked meal, was stripped away and converted into the energy needed to keep Ben's timeline from fraying. I saw a flickering light up ahead. It wasn't the white light of the correction. It was the sickly, yellow glow of a gas station sign. I reached it and found myself standing on a strip of asphalt that began and ended in nothingness. The sign read "Last Chance." Beneath it, a man was sitting on a plastic crate. He was wearing a surveyor's vest, the orange fabric faded to a dull, dusty peach. He didn't have a face, just a smooth, featureless expanse of skin where his features should have been. The faceless surveyor. I didn't feel fear this time. I felt a weary kinship. I sat down on the asphalt across from him. How many times? I asked. The surveyor didn't speak, but a sound vibrated through the ground. It was the sound of 1,000 clocks ticking out of sync. He held up his hand. His palm was a road map of scars, an intricate lattice of X's that covered every inch of skin. He had been through the spiral more times than I could count. He wasn't just a predecessor, he was the eventual result. He reached into his vest and pulled out a transit, the telescope-like tool used for measuring angles and distances. He handed it to me. I looked through the lens. I didn't see the fog. I saw a hospital room. It was Ben, the real Ben. He was older, maybe 50. He was sitting in a chair by a bed, holding the hand of an elderly woman, Sarah. She was dying. The timeline was moving forward, cruel and linear, exactly as it should. Ben was grieving, he was broken, but he was real. He had weight. He had a shadow that stayed attached to his heels. Then I shifted the transit slightly to the left. In the corner of the hospital room, standing in the shadow of the IV pole, was a figure. It was tall, thin, and its skin was the color of a bruise. It was watching Ben with a hunger that made my stomach turn. "That's me," I whispered. "Part 12, part 15. The surveyor shook his head. He pointed further into the shadows of the room. There was another one, and another. A line of us stretching back into the dark, each one more distorted and less human than the last. We were a standing wave of haunting, a collective of ghosts waiting for our turn to feed on the crumbs of his reality. The surveyor took the transit back. He pointed toward the void beyond the gas station sign. He wanted me to keep moving. The spiral wouldn't wait. Why? I asked, my voice cracking. If we're just draining him, why do we keep doing it? Why don't we just let go, let the void take us? The surveyor leaned forward. He didn't have a mouth, but I heard the words as clearly as if he were shouting them into my ear. Because if we stop, the light finds him. The correction wasn't a one-time event. It was a predator, a celestial immune system that was still hunting for the flaw. We, the echoes, were the camouflage. We were the static that hid the signal. We were the heavy air that made the area around Ben too thick for the light to penetrate. We weren't just haunting him, we were shielding him. Every time I scared him, every time I made his skin crawl or his hair stand on end, I was reinforcing his realness. I was the friction that kept him grounded. I stood up. My legs felt like they were made of glass. I have to go to the next one, I said. The surveyor nodded. He stood up and began to walk in the opposite direction, back toward the beginning, back to the valley to find the next version of me that would inevitably fall through the crack. It was a relay race of the damned. I stepped off the asphalt and back into the smoke. The fog began to change color again. It turned a deep, bruised purple. I started to hear a sound, a rhythmic, metallic thumping. Thumpuer, thumpuer. It was a heart, but not a human heart. It was the sound of a machine trying to imitate life. I realized I was approaching the boundary of Part 5. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my side. I looked down and saw a puncture wound opening in my sweatshirt. Blood, dark, thick, and smelling of ozone, began to seep out. Somewhere in a timeline I hadn't reached yet, I was being hurt. The cause and effect were drifting so far apart that I was feeling the injury before the weapon had even been forged. I stumbled. The heavy air was becoming solid. It felt like walking through setting concrete. Ben, I screamed, but I didn't know which Ben I was calling to. The one in the past, the one in the future, or the one currently trapped in the room I was about to enter. The purple fog tore open. I was standing in a hallway, but it wasn't the house in Olympia. It was a corridor in a place that looked like a research facility. The walls were white plastic, illuminated by flickering fluorescent tubes. The air was freezing. I saw a door at the end of the hall. It had a small glass window. I dragged myself toward it. My body was beginning to translucent. I could see the golden lines of the framework through my own ribs. I was becoming the window. I reached the door and looked through the glass. Inside the room, a version of me Part 5 was strapped to a chair. He was screaming, but no sound was coming out. There were wires attached to his temples, trailing up into a machine that hummed with a malevolent intelligence. And standing over him, holding a clipboard, was Sarah. Not the Sarah I loved, not the Sarah who was dying in the hospital. This was a version of her that was cold, clinical, and sharp. She was wearing a lab coat with a logo I didn't recognize, a circle with a line drawn through the center, the symbol for a null set. The subject is resisting the synchronization, she said. Her voice was amplified through a speaker in the hallway. Increase the pressure of the heavy air. We need to see how much of the timeline he can displace before he shatters. I hammered on the glass. Sarah, stop, it's me. She didn't look up. To her, I was just a fluctuation in the readings. I was the ghost noise in the data. I realized that the correction wasn't just a natural force of the universe. It was being harnessed. There were people or things that looked like people who were trying to map the white space. They were trying to use us, the echoes, as probes to reach into the forbidden topographies of time. Part 5 looked up. His eyes met mine through the glass. He didn't see a savior. He saw the thing he was destined to become. He saw the faceless surveyor. He saw the void. His terror was the fuel. I felt it hit me like a physical wave, pushing me back from the door. The room began to spin. The white walls began to melt into the gray granite of the Cascades. The spiral was tightening. I was being pulled out of the hallway, back into the margins. "Don't let them measure you," I tried to yell to him. "The map is a lie. The map is a cage." But the heavy air swallowed the words. I was falling again, falling through the layers of the echo. I saw glimpses of the other parts. Part 8, standing in a rain-drenched graveyard, watching my own funeral. Part 11, a shadow in the backseat of Ben's car as he drives off a bridge. Part 14, a flicker in the television static, trying to scream a warning through the evening news. Each one was a fragment of a broken mirror, reflecting a different way the world could end. I hit the ground hard. The air was gone. There was only the pressure. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor of the motel room in Acosta, but the room was different. It was smaller. The ceiling was only a few inches from my face. The walls were closing in, the laminate desk crushing against my ribs. The correction was finishing its work. It was compressing the real me out of existence. I reached for the pen. It was heavy, like a bar of lead. I managed to grab a scrap of the room service menu that hadn't been erased yet. With the last of my strength, I wrote 3 words. I didn't write them for Ben. I didn't write them for Sarah. I wrote them for the thing that was watching me from the white space. I am measuring back. The pen snapped, the paper dissolved. The motel room vanished into a single, blinding point of light. And then the sound returned. It wasn't the whine of the valley. It wasn't the chirp of the phone. It was a heartbeat. Some thump, some thump. It was close, right next to my ear. I felt a hand touch my shoulder, a warm, solid human hand. "Ben," a voice whispered. "Ben, wake up, you're having a nightmare." I opened my eyes. I was in a bed, clean sheets, the smell of lavender and rain. Sarah was leaning over me, her face full of concern. The morning sun was streaming through the window of our apartment in Seattle. The mountains were 100 miles away, silent and blue on the horizon. "You were shaking," she said, stroking my hair. "You were saying something about a map." I looked at my hand. The skin was smooth, no scars, no X. I let out a breath I felt I had been holding for centuries. It was over. The valley, the light, the surveyor, it was all just a dream. A manifestation of my stress, my obsession with the empty spaces. "I'm okay," I said, my voice sounding strange and thin in my own ears. "I'm here, I'm real." I sat up and reached for the glass of water on the nightstand. My hand passed right through it. The glass didn't move. The water didn't ripple. Sarah didn't flinch. She kept smiling, her hand still stroking my hair, even though I couldn't feel the touch. I looked at the clock on the wall. The second hand wasn't moving. It was vibrating. I looked at Sarah. I looked closely. Her eyes weren't moving. They were fixed, painted on. Her smile was a static curve. I looked out the window. The mountains weren't rock, they were a matte painting. The sky was a sheet of blue plastic. The correction hadn't deleted me, and it hadn't sent me back. It had built a cage, it had given me exactly what I wanted, the real world, but it had built it out of the heavy air. I wasn't in Seattle. I was in a museum of my own memories, a specimen jar labeled Ben. I stood up, I walked to the bedroom door. I knew what I would find on the other side. I turned the handle. The door opened onto a vast, infinite grid of golden lines. And there, standing on the line that represented my life, was the next version of me. Part 5. He was holding a transit. He was measuring the distance between my cage and the truth. "Is it my turn?" I asked. The version of me on the line didn't have a face, but I felt his nod. I stepped out of the bedroom and into the framework. I felt the first X begin to itch on the palm of my hand. The spiral continues. The valley is still echoing, and the map is growing. I am the ink, I am the paper, I am the hand that writes the end. Don't look at the reflections, because in the next part, I'm coming for the one who's reading this. The heavy air is already in your lungs. Can you feel the weight? Can you hear the lag? I'm just around the corner. And I've brought the surveyor's tape. The golden lines beneath my feet did not feel like light. They felt like guitar strings under extreme tension, vibrating at a frequency that made my teeth ache. I stepped away from the Seattle bedroom, and as I did, the room began to fold. Not like paper, but like a dying star, collapsing inward until it was nothing more than a marble-sized bead of concentrated nostalgia. I watched it drop into the darkness below the grid, one more discarded simulation added to the pile. I was no longer the Ben who had run through the meadow. I was no longer the Ben who had written the notes in the motel. I was something more crystalline, something whose edges were beginning to sharpen into the tools of the trade. I looked at the version of me standing on the line, the one who had held the transit, and as I approached, he didn't move. He didn't speak. He simply unraveled. His form turned into a ribbon of gray smoke that coiled around my arm, sinking into my skin. I felt his memories hit me like a physical blow. I felt the cold of the lab he had just escaped. I felt the sting of the needles Sarah, or the thing that looked like Sarah, had used to drain the realness from his veins. I knew now that the facility wasn't just a dream or a hallucination. It was a layer of the valley, a processing plant where the echoes were refined. The itch on my palm became a burning sensation. I opened my hand and watched as the first X carved itself into the flesh. It wasn't a wound, it was a coordinate. Part 6, I whispered. The words were no longer mine. They were the sound of the grid itself. I began to walk along the golden line. The void around me wasn't empty. It was crowded with the ghosts of things that had almost happened. I passed a version of my father who had never left, a man made of soft light and Sunday mornings. I passed a version of the house in Olympia where the fire had actually caught, the walls composed of frozen orange flames. I didn't stop. I couldn't. The heavy air was pulling me toward a specific point in the geometry, a place where the spiral was about to kink. The grid began to slope downward. The golden lines grew closer together, weaving into a tight, suffocating mesh. The silence was replaced by a low-frequency thrumming, the sound of a massive engine laboring under a heavy load. The air grew thick with the smell of ozone and wet earth. I stepped off the grid and onto a surface that gave way under my boots. I was in a forest, but it wasn't the forest of the Cascades. The trees were tall, skeletal things made of a dark, translucent material that looked like obsidian. There were no leaves, only jagged branches that reached toward a sky the color of a fresh bruise. This was the buffer zone, the place where the real world bled into the heavy air. I heard a sound in the brush, a frantic, wet slapping of feet on mud. Ben, wait. I froze. That was my voice, but it was younger, higher. It was the voice of the boy who had first seen the light in the valley. I moved toward the sound, pushing through the obsidian branches. They cut at my vest, but I felt no pain, only a dull sensation of displacement. I broke into a clearing and saw him. The boy, the original Ben. He was 10 years old, wearing the red windbreaker I remembered so clearly. He was sprinting through the black trees, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. He wasn't running from the white light. He was running from the things the light had left behind. Following him only a few yards back was a shape. It was low to the ground, moving with a hitching, mechanical gait. It looked like a dog, but its body was composed of surveyor's tripods and rusted chains. Where its head should have been, a single rotating lens pulsed with a rhythmic red light. A hunter scanner, the machinery of the correction. The boy tripped over a root, a real root, brown and mossy, a piece of the world that still had weight. He fell hard, the breath leaving his lungs in a sharp puff of white vapor. The hunter scanner slowed, its chains clinking as it prepared to leap. I didn't think I couldn't afford the luxury of thought. I reached into the air and my hand found the transit that had been passed to me by the previous version. It wasn't a telescope anymore, it was a weight. A piece of the heavy air forged into a weapon. I stepped into the path of the machine. The hunter scanner stopped, its lens whirred, focusing on me. I saw my own reflection in the red glass, a tall, flickering shadow with glowing golden lines where my veins should be. I was a glitch in its programming, a piece of the data that had learned how to bite back. The machine lunged. It was fast, a blur of metal and malice. I swung the transit. The impact didn't sound like metal on metal. It sounded like a bell ringing in a vacuum. The hunter scanner shattered, its components dissolving into gray mist before they even hit the ground. The boy scrambled backward, his eyes wide. He looked at me, and for a second I thought he saw me. I thought he saw the man he would become. "Who are you?" he sobbed. I wanted to tell him to go back, to never enter the valley, to stay in the light of the sun and never look at the shadows. But the heavy air wouldn't let me. My throat was filled with the dust of 17 futures. "Run," I rasped. The boy didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled to his feet and vanished into the obsidian woods, heading toward the sliver of real light that marked the exit of the buffer zone. I stood in the clearing, watching the spot where he had disappeared. I felt a phantom pain in my chest. By saving him, I had ensured my own existence. I had tightened the loop. I had fed the spiral. "Well done, number 5. The voice came from the trees. I turned, raising the transit. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a man in a suit. It was a perfectly ordinary suit, charcoal gray, well-tailored, the kind of thing a lawyer or an accountant would wear. But his face was a blur, a smeared thumbprint of features that refused to stay in focus. "The architect." "You're early," I said. My voice was becoming more stable, more resonant. I was gaining mass from the hunter scanner I had destroyed. Time is a local variable, the architect said, his voice sounding like a dozen people speaking in unison. We are impressed by your efficiency. Most versions of you spend their fifth iteration trying to bargain. You simply acted. You protected the source material. I'm not doing it for you, I said. It doesn't matter why you do it, the architect replied, stepping into the clearing. He didn't leave footprints in the obsidian mud. The result is the same. The boy survives, the timeline remains anchored, and the survey continues. We are mapping the edges of the Great Correction, Ben. We are finding the places where the universe failed to close the wound. You're the reason the air is heavy, I said, the realization clicking into place. You're not fixing the world, you're holding the wound open so you can study it. The architect smiled, or at least the blur of his face shifted into a shape that suggested a smile. Knowledge requires a certain amount of friction. The heavy air is simply the byproduct of observation. You are the most valuable instrument we have ever developed, a living measurement, a man who is also a map. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, silver compass. He tossed it to me. I caught it, and the cold of the metal burned through my palm. The next knot is deeper, the architect said. The boy is safe for now, but the girl, the Sarah variable, she is beginning to notice the gaps. She is starting to see the golden lines. If she looks too closely, the correction will find her. And unlike you, she has no echoes to hide behind. Leave her out of this, I growled. I cannot, the architect said, his form beginning to fade into the purple sky. She is part of the geometry. She is the anchor. If you want to keep her alive, you must move faster. You must become the shadow she fears, so she never looks for the light that would erase her. He vanished. The obsidian trees began to melt, the black glass turning into liquid that flowed upward, defying gravity. The clearing was gone. The buffer zone was collapsing. I looked at the compass in my hand. The needle wasn't pointing north. It was pointing toward a point in the void that felt like a scream. Part 6. I felt the pull again, the sickening, gut-wrenching tug of the spiral. I was being dragged deeper into the math of the valley. But this time I wasn't just a passenger. I was holding the compass. I was holding the transit. I began to run, not away from the void, but into it. I passed through a wall of static and found myself standing on a street corner in a city I didn't recognize. The buildings were made of gray stone and had no windows. The sky was a flat, featureless white. People were walking past me, dozens of them. They all looked like Sarah. They all wore the same blue dress she had worn on our first date. They all had the same vacant, painted-on eyes I had seen in the Seattle cage. Sarah, I called out. 100 heads turned in unison. 100 identical voices whispered, "Are you real, Ben?" I felt the weight of the 17th version of myself pressing down on my shoulders, a mountain of future grief that threatened to crush my spine. I looked down at my hands. They were starting to fade. The golden lines were becoming more prominent than the skin. I was losing the ability to be a person. I was becoming a landmark. I pushed through the crowd of Sarahs, heading toward the point the compass indicated. I reached a tall, windowless tower that seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as the machine I had heard earlier. Thumpuer, thumpuer. The heart of the correction. I didn't use the door. I didn't need to. I stepped through the wall, my body vibrating at the same frequency as the gray stone. Inside, the tower was hollow, a vast vertical shaft that stretched up and down into infinity. Suspended in the center of the shaft, held in place by thousands of golden cables, was a sphere of pure, blinding white light. The source, the light from the valley. And standing on a platform, jutting out over the abyss, was a woman. She wasn't a Sarah variable. She wasn't a lab coat version. She was the real Sarah. She was older, her hair streaked with gray, her face lined with a lifetime of waiting. She was holding a surveyor's pole, the red and white stripes chipped and faded. She was measuring the sphere. "Sarah," I whispered. She turned, her eyes were sharp, intelligent, and filled with a devastating sorrow. She looked at me, not at the ghost, not at the echo, but at me. "Ben," she said, her voice was the only real thing in this entire nightmare. "You're late. I've been measuring the distance for 20 years. I tried to get back," I said, stepping onto the platform. The golden cables hummed as I approached. I tried to break the loop. "You can't break it from the outside," she said, gesturing toward the white sphere. "The light isn't a predator, Ben. It's a mirror. It's showing us the world we failed to build. It's trying to collapse the possibilities into a single, perfect truth. But the truth is too heavy for us to carry." "The architect said I have to protect you," I said. Sarah laughed, a dry, hollow sound. "The architect is just another echo, Ben. A version of you that gave up. A version of you that decided it was better to be the map maker than the map." She stepped closer to the edge. The sphere of light flared, its heat singing the edges of her clothes. "The spiral is tightening because you're fighting it," she said. "Every time you try to save me, every time you try to save yourself, you create another version, another layer of heavy air. You're suffocating the world with your own survival." "What am I supposed to do?" I asked. The compass in my hand was glowing hot, the needle spinning wildly. "Stop measuring," she said. She held out the surveyor's pole. "Stop trying to find the distance between where we are and where we should be. Just be here, in the gap." She let go of the pole. It fell into the abyss, vanishing instantly into the white light. "I can't," I said. "If I stop, the correction takes everything. It erases you. It erases the boy." "Let it," Sarah said. She reached out and touched my face. Her hand was cold, but it was the cold of real winter, not the void. "Let the light in, Ben. It's the only way to stop the echoes." I looked at her, and for a moment, the golden lines in my skin dimmed. I felt the weight of my own name. I felt the reality of the floorboards beneath my feet. But then I heard it. A scrape, a thud. The sound of part 6 arriving. The version of me that was coming to replace me was already at the door. He was stronger, colder, and more desperate than I was. He was the one who would push Sarah away to protect her. He was the one who would build the next cage. "He's here," I said, my voice trembling. "Don't let him in," Sarah said. But I could feel the pull. The geometry was demanding its due. The 5th iteration was over. The hand was reaching for the door. I looked at Sarah, and then I looked at the white sphere of the source. I didn't step toward her. I didn't step toward the door. I jumped. I threw myself off the platform into the abyss, straight toward the center of the white light. The scream that tore from my throat wasn't mine. It was the sound of 1,000 bens, all crying out at once as the golden lines of the framework began to snap. The white light didn't burn, it didn't erase. It opened. I fell through the center of the sun and came out the other side. I was standing in the middle of a road, a real road, asphalt cracked and weathered. The air was thin and sweet, smelling of pine and upcoming rain. I looked back. The valley was there, the cascades were there, but they were just mountains. There was no light, no heavy air, no architect. I looked at my hands. They were human, no scars, no gold. I started to walk. I didn't know where I was, but the compass in my pocket was gone. I didn't need it. I knew the way. I walked until I saw a house, a small white house with a blue door. A woman was standing on the porch, looking at the sunset. I stopped at the edge of the driveway. My heart was beating a slow, steady rhythm. Some thump, some thump. She turned, she saw me. She didn't scream, she didn't smile a painted-on smile. She just stood there, her eyes filling with a recognition that had been earned through 1,000,000 miles of void. "You're late," she said. I took a step toward her, and then I felt it. A slight chill, a thinning of the air. I looked down at the driveway. My shadow was there, long and dark in the evening light. But it wasn't moving with me. It was standing still, its hand raised in a wave. And on the palm of the shadow's hand, clear as day, was a fresh red X. I looked back at the mountains. The sun was setting, but the light wasn't fading. It was getting brighter, whiter. The spiral hadn't ended. It had just changed its scale. I reached the porch and took Sarah's hand. She was warm, she was real. But as I pulled her close, I heard the sound. From the woods, from the valley, from the very air itself. Can you hear the scrape? Can you hear the thud? Part 6 is already in the house. And he's still measuring. The sensation of her hand in mine was the most violent thing I had ever experienced. It wasn't the violence of a blow, but the violence of a collision between two incompatible truths. For 20 years of subjective time spent in the hum of the lab, the grit of the survey, and the suffocating geometry of the grid, I had forgotten what skin felt like. It was soft, slightly damp, and pulsed with a chaotic, unmapped rhythm. It was a terrifyingly fragile thing to hold. "Ben," she asked again. Her voice didn't echo. It didn't have the metallic sheen of the Sarah variables. It was heavy with the weight of a person who had lived every single minute of the time I had skipped. I tried to speak, but my throat was a dry well. I wanted to tell her about the obsidian trees. I wanted to tell her about the boy in the red windbreaker and the way the hunter scanner had shattered like a dropped mirror. But as I looked into her eyes, I saw the reflection of the mountains behind me. The peaks were sharpening. The purple sky wasn't darkening into night. It was bruising into that specific, sickly shade of the buffer zone. "We have to go inside," I rasped. My voice felt like gravel being turned in a drum. She didn't move. She looked past me toward the driveway where my shadow remained anchored, a black silhouette that refused to follow the laws of optics. The shadow's hand was still raised, the X on its palm glowing with a faint, bioluminescent throb. "It's not over, is it?" she whispered. She didn't sound surprised. She sounded exhausted, like a soldier who had heard the distant thunder of an artillery barrage they thought had ended years ago. "The loop is wider than I thought," I said. "I jumped into the light, Sarah. I thought I was breaking the sequence. I thought I was choosing the real." You chose a version of the real, she corrected, her grip on my hand tightening until it hurt. But you brought the measurement with you. You can't carry the transit and expect the world to stay unmapped. I looked down at my side. I wasn't carrying the transit. My hands were empty. But when I looked at the porch boards beneath my feet, I saw them, the golden lines. They were faint, no thicker than a spider's silk, but they were there, threading through the wood, aligning themselves with the grain, turning the house into a coordinate. The air began to vibrate. It was that low frequency thrumming again, the sound of the massive engine laboring under a load. It wasn't coming from the mountains this time. It was coming from beneath the floorboards. Inside, I urged, pulling her toward the blue door. We stepped into the house, and the smell of it nearly broke me. It smelled of coffee, old paper, and the faint, sweet scent of the laundry detergent she had used for a decade. It was the smell of a life lived in a single direction. I slammed the door and locked it. The click of the deadbolt sounded pathetically small against the rising hum. "Ben, look at me," Sarah said, stepping into the center of the living room. I turned and my heart stuttered. The light in the room was wrong. It wasn't coming from the lamps or the windows. It was leaking out of the corners of the ceiling. The wallpaper, a simple cream pattern, was beginning to peel back, not to reveal lath and plaster, but to reveal the gray, windowless stone of the tower I thought I had just escaped. The house was a skin, a costume the heavy air was wearing to make me feel at home. "Is any of this real?" I screamed at the walls. "Is there a single inch of this world that isn't a projection?" "I am," Sarah said. She walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside, the driveway was gone. The road was gone. The small, white house was perched on a narrow spire of rock, surrounded by a swirling sea of gray mist. Far below, I could see the grid, the infinite golden mesh stretching out in every direction. We were in a stability pocket, a fragment of the real world that had been caught in the teeth of the correction and lifted out of the timeline. "The architect didn't lie to you," Sarah said, her back to me. "You are the map maker, but you're also the ink. Everywhere you go, you draw the valley. You didn't find me, Ben, you rendered me." "No," I said, backing away from her. "I felt your hand, you're warm, you're Sarah." She turned around, and for a second her face blurred. It was the same smear of features the architect had. Then, with a visible effort, she pulled herself back into focus. Her eyes were wet with tears. "I'm the Sarah you remember," she said. "The one you've been carrying in your head for 17 iterations. I'm the source material he talked about. But every time you look at me, you add another layer of realness that isn't supposed to be there. You're making me too heavy for the world to hold." A heavy thud echoed from the kitchen, then the sound of metal scraping against linoleum. Scrape, thud, scrape, thud. It was the sound of someone dragging a heavy weight, a tripod, a transit. "He's here," I whispered. "No," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "He's not here, he's you." The kitchen door swung open. I expected to see a monster. I expected a hunter-scanner or a man with a blurred face. Instead, I saw myself. It was the Ben from Part 5, the one who had given me the transit, but he was different now. His skin was almost entirely translucent, a hollow shell of gray smoke held together by a dense network of golden veins. He was dragging a massive, rusted piece of machinery that looked like a cross between a surveyor's tool and a bone saw. He didn't look at me, he looked at Sarah. The measurement is off, the echo Ben said. His voice was a chorus of static. The deviation in the Sarah variable is exceeding the threshold. We must recalibrate. Get away from her! I lunged at him, but my hands passed right through his chest. It was like hitting a wall of cold fog. I tumbled onto the kitchen floor, the linoleum feeling like wet glass. The echo Ben ignored me. He set the machinery down and began to unfold the legs of a tripod. The metal was pitted and stained with something that looked like dried blood, but as the legs touched the floor, they fused with the golden lines of the grid. Ben, stop him, Sarah cried, but she was backing away toward the living room, her form beginning to flicker. The more the echo Ben measured, the less real she became. I scrambled to my feet looking for a weapon. My eyes fell on the silver compass the architect had given me. It was sitting on the kitchen counter, even though I had lost it in the void. It was waiting for me. I grabbed it. The metal was freezing, the kind of cold that doesn't just chill the skin but numbs the soul. The next knot is deeper, the architect's voice echoed in my mind. I didn't use the compass to navigate, I used it as a wedge. As the echo Ben leaned over his instrument, his glowing eye pressed against the lens, I slammed the compass into the center of the machinery. The reaction was instantaneous. A flare of white-hot light erupted from the contact point. The sound wasn't an explosion, it was the sound of 1 billion pages being torn at once. The kitchen walls vanished, the ceiling dissolved into a flurry of gray ash. The echo Ben let out a sound, a long, low frequency that vibrated in my teeth. He began to unravel, the gray smoke of his form being sucked into the compass like water down a drain. The survey is incomplete, he hissed, and then he was gone. But the light didn't stop. The compass was acting as a conductor, drawing the heavy air from the entire stability pocket and funneling it into a single point. The house was disintegrating. I saw the sofa turn into a wire frame and then into nothing. I saw the pictures on the wall, photos of a life we never actually had, flicker and die like burnt film. Sarah, I reached for her, but she was standing at the edge of the rock spire now. The mist was rising, swallowing the world. You have to let go, Ben, she called out. She was fading. I could see the gray stone of the tower through her chest. You're trying to save a memory, but you can't live in a map. I can find a way back, I shouted, the wind of the collapsing pocket whipping my hair. I can find the real world. This is the only world there is, she shouted back. The one we make by looking at it. Stop looking at the lines, look at me. I dropped the compass. I stopped looking at the golden mesh. I stopped thinking about the iterations and the parts and the numbers. I looked at her, really looked at her. I saw the way her eyebrow arched when she was worried. I saw the tiny scar on her chin from a childhood fall. I saw the depth of the brown in her eyes, a color that didn't exist in the palette of the heavy air. For a heartbeat, the world stopped vibrating. The hum fell silent. The gold lines vanished. There was just a man and a woman standing on a rock in the middle of a gray sea. I see you, I whispered. I know, she said, and she smiled. It was a real smile. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. And then she stepped off the edge. No. I ran to the brink, but there was nothing but the mist. No splash, no thud, just the infinite, silent gray. I stood there for a long time. I don't know if it was minutes or years. Time doesn't work the same way when you're between the folds of the correction. Eventually, the mist began to thin. I wasn't on a rock spire anymore. I was standing in a hallway. It was a long, clinical hallway with white tile floors and fluorescent lights that flickered with a rhythmic, buzzing sound. Bzzzt-click, bzzzt-click. The smell of ozone was back, but it was mixed with the smell of floor wax and antiseptic. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in a fine white dust. I looked at the wall next to me. There was a door with a small, wired glass window. On the door was a plastic sign. Subject 5, Refinement Wing. I didn't feel fear. I didn't even feel surprise. I just felt a profound, hollow stillness. I walked to the door and looked through the glass. Inside the room, a man was sitting at a desk. He was wearing a red windbreaker. He was 10 years old. He was drawing a map on a piece of graph paper. He stopped drawing and looked up at the window. He didn't see a monster. He didn't see an echo. He saw a man with tired eyes and a heart full of ash. The boy stood up and walked to the door. He placed his hand against the glass. I placed my hand against the glass, matching his palm. "Is it my turn?" the boy asked. His voice came through the door not as a sound, but as a vibration in my bones. "Not yet," I said. "You have to finish the map." "I don't want to," he said, his eyes filling with tears. "The lines keep moving. Every time I draw a mountain, it turns into a building. Every time I draw a person, they turn into a shadow." "I know," I said, "but if you don't finish it, we'll never find the way out." "Is there an out?" I thought of Sarah stepping into the mist. I thought of the way she had smiled when I finally stopped measuring her. "There's a gap," I said, "between the lines. That's where the real is. You just have to be brave enough to fall into it." The boy looked at his drawing, then back at me. "Are you part 6? I looked down at my palm. The X was gone. In its place was a small, faint scar in the shape of a heart. "No," I said, "I'm the version that failed. I'm the one who stayed to watch the door." I turned away from the glass and began to walk down the hallway. The fluorescent lights grew brighter. The buzzing sound became a roar. I passed other doors. Subject 4, the architect. Subject 3, the surveyor. Subject 2, the mother. I didn't look inside. I knew what was in there. I knew the genealogy of the nightmare. At the end of the hallway was a large, double door made of heavy steel. There was no sign on this one. I pushed the doors open. I was standing on a balcony overlooking a vast, subterranean cavern. The cavern was filled with thousands of glass cylinders, each one glowing with a soft, blue light. Inside the cylinders, people were suspended in a thick, translucent fluid. I saw my father. I saw the version of me that had died in the fire in Olympia. I saw the Sarahs, all of them, the variables, the echoes, the painted-eye dolls. And in the center of the cavern, rising out of the floor like a giant, mechanical heart, was the machine. It was a massive, rotating assembly of gears, lenses, and golden cables. It was the engine of the heavy air. It was the thing that was processing the world, turning the messy, chaotic truth of existence into a clean, measurable grid. Standing at the control console was a man in a charcoal gray suit. He didn't turn around when I approached. "You've come a long way for a man who doesn't exist," the architect said. His voice was no longer a chorus. It was just one voice. My voice. "I'm not here to talk," I said. "I know, you're here to break the machines. You're here to let the light in," as she put it. The architect turned around. His face was in focus now. He looked exactly like me, but older, much older. His hair was white and his eyes were the color of the void. "She was right," I said. "The heavy air is a choice. You're choosing to measure instead of live." "And you think living is better?" The architect gestured toward the thousands of cylinders. "Out there in the real, things end, people die, fires catch, fathers leave. In here we can keep them forever, we can refine them, we can make them perfect." "They're not people," I said, my voice rising. "They're data points. You've turned the woman I love into a variable." "I turned her into a constant," the architect snapped. "I saved her from the one thing the real world couldn't, the end." He stepped toward me and the air between us grew thick, like walking through honey. "You think you're different from me, Ben. You're part 6. You're the one who finally made it to the heart. Every version before you was just a test run, a way to map the route." "I'm not part 6, I said, reaching into my pocket. "I didn't find a compass. I didn't find a transit. I found a small, smooth stone. It was a river rock I had picked up in the Cascades years ago, before the light, before the valley, before everything. It was a piece of the world that had no meaning, no measurement, and no purpose. It was just a rock." "What is that?" the architect asked, his brow furrowing. For the first time, he looked uncertain. "It's a glitch," I said. I threw the stone. It didn't hit the architect, it hit the main lens of the machine, the giant, rotating eye that was projecting the grid into the cavern. The stone was small, but it was real. It had a weight that the machinery of the correction couldn't calculate. It had a history that wasn't part of the data set. The lens cracked. The sound was like a gunshot. The golden cables began to whip around the room, sparking with blue electricity. The blue light in the cylinders flickered and turned a violent, angry red. "What have you done?" the architect screamed, his form beginning to smear again. "You've broken the anchor. The world will collapse." "Let it," I said. The cavern began to shake. Huge chunks of the ceiling fell into the machinery, grinding the gears to a halt. The heavy air was rushing out of the room, replaced by a cold, sharp wind that smelled of snow and pine. The architect vanished, his suit and his charcoal face dissolving into a cloud of gray dust. I stood on the balcony as the world ended. The glass cylinders shattered. The people inside didn't fall to the floor, they simply vanished, returning to the moments they had been stolen from. The red light of the machine grew brighter, consuming everything. I closed my eyes. I didn't try to measure the distance. I didn't try to find the grid. I just waited. And then I felt it. A hand. Small, warm, and real. "Ben." I opened my eyes. I was sitting in the passenger seat of a car. It was raining. The windshield wipers were clicking back and forth. Swish thump, swish thump. I looked to my left. Sarah was driving. She was wearing a green sweater and had a coffee cup in the center console. She looked young, She looked like she had never heard of a transit or a grid. "You okay?" she asked, glancing at me. "You've been quiet for the last 20 miles. Are we almost there?" I looked out the window. We were in the mountains, the Cascades. The peaks were shrouded in mist, and the trees were a deep, vibrant green. I looked at the dashboard. There was a map spread out over the glove box, a real map made of paper and ink. "Yeah," I said, my voice sounding like my own for the first time in forever. "We're almost there." "I hope this valley is as beautiful as you said it was," she said, reaching over and squeezing my hand. I looked at our joined hands. No gold lines, no scars. I looked out at the road ahead. The sun was starting to break through the clouds, casting long, golden rays across the asphalt. But as we rounded the next bend, I saw it. Just for a second. A flash of white light in the distance. And on the side of the road, standing perfectly still in the rain, was a man in a red windbreaker. He wasn't waving, he was just watching us pass. I didn't tell Sarah, I didn't look back. I just held her hand and watched the road, waiting for the air to get heavy. Waiting for part 7 to begin. The car hummed, a low-frequency vibration that felt grounded and honest, but the sight of the boy in the red windbreaker stayed burned into my retinas like a flashbulb pop. I watched him shrink in the side mirror, a small, static blotch against the rushing green of the hemlocks. Sarah didn't see him. She was humming along to a song on the radio, something acoustic and light, the kind of music that exists only to fill the space between thoughts. "Ben," she asked, her voice pulling me back. "The turnoff is coming up, isn't it? The one for the old overlook." I looked at the paper map. The ink was dark, the creases worn white from years of folding. It felt heavy in my lap, too heavy. "Yeah," I said, my throat dry. 3 miles, the sign should be on the right. I tried to focus on the tactile reality of the car, the smell of the stale coffee, the slight jolt of the tires hitting a pothole, the way the rain streaked horizontally across the glass. These were the anchors, but the reel felt thin. It felt like a sheet of silk stretched over a bed of nails. As we drove, the mist didn't just sit in the hollows of the mountains, it began to crawl. It leaked across the asphalt in long, gray fingers. I watched the odometer. The numbers rolled over with a mechanical click that sounded suspiciously like the deadbolt in the house that wasn't a house. 99.8, 99.9, 0. The world didn't reset, but the light shifted. The gold of the sun didn't fade, it curdled. The rays hitting the wet road began to sharpen, turning from soft afternoon light into hard, geometric lances. "Sarah, slow down," I said. "I'm only doing 40, Ben, it's the rain." "Slow down anyway." She glanced at me, her smile faltering. "You're doing that thing again, the map face. You look like you're trying to solve a ghost." "I just have a feeling," I whispered. We rounded the bend where the overlook sign should have been. The sign was there, rusted and leaning at a 45-degree angle, but the words were gone. The metal was a blank, reflective silver, polished to a mirror finish. As we passed it, I saw our car reflected in its surface, not as a green sedan, but as a skeletal frame of golden wire, pulsing with the rhythm of an artificial heart. I gripped the door handle. "Don't stop at the overlook, keep going." "Ben, we talked about this. You wanted to see the valley from the high point. You said it was the only way to get the perspective right." I was wrong. Perspectives are dangerous. But the car was already slowing. It wasn't Sarah braking. The road itself seemed to be tilting upward, the incline becoming steeper than the topography of the Cascades should allow. The engine strained, a high-pitched whine that began to harmonize with that familiar subterranean hum. The tires crunched on gravel. We pulled into the overlook. Sarah killed the engine. The silence that followed was absolute. No birds, no wind, just the sound of our breathing. "Look," she said, breathless. I didn't want to look. I wanted to close my eyes and drift back into the gray smoke of the tower, where the lies were at least honest about being lies. But I looked. The valley below us wasn't a valley anymore. It was a wound. The trees gave way to a perfectly flat obsidian plain. Across that plain, the grid was visible even without the architect's lenses. It shimmered like heat haze, a vast web of light that seemed to be holding the very atmosphere together. In the center of the plain sat the White House, our house. It looked like a toy dropped by a giant, its proportions slightly off, its chimney trailing a plume of smoke that didn't disperse but rose in a straight, unmoving line toward the sky. "It's beautiful," Sarah whispered. She opened the car door. "Sarah, don't get out." She didn't hear me, or she chose not to. She stepped onto the gravel, and as her boots hit the ground, the sound didn't echo. It was swallowed. I scrambled out after her. The air hit me like a physical weight. It was cold, but it didn't bite, it pressed. It was the heavy air in its purest form, unrefined by the machinery I thought I had destroyed. "You didn't break it, did you?" I said to the empty air. "You can't break a law of physics, Ben," a voice answered. It wasn't the architect, it wasn't the echo, Ben. It was coming from the car radio, which was still playing despite the engine being off. The machine in the cavern was just a translator. The radio hissed through a veil of static. It made the correction palatable for you. It gave you a villain to hate and a lever to pull. But the correction isn't a machine, it's a scab, and you keep picking at it. I walked to the edge of the overlook, standing beside Sarah. She was staring down at the house, her eyes wide and glassy. She wasn't blinking. "Sarah," I touched her shoulder. Her skin felt like parchment, dry, brittle. "I remember the kitchen," she said, her voice monotone. "I remember the smell of the detergent. I remember the way the light hit the floor at 4 in the afternoon. But Ben, I don't remember why." "Why what?" "Why I'm here, why you're holding my hand. I have the data of us, but the ink is running out." She turned to look at me, and my heart froze. Her pupils were no longer round. They were square. Tiny, flickering pixels of light danced within the iris. "The deviation is too high," she whispered. "You're looking at me too hard again. You're trying to make me real, but there isn't enough material left in this sector to sustain a soul." The ground beneath us shuddered. A crack appeared in the asphalt of the overlook, a perfectly straight line that ignored the natural fissures of the rock. It zipped toward the car, splitting the vehicle in half with a sound like a tuning fork being struck. One half of the car stayed on the pavement, the other drifted upward, defying gravity, its internal components spilling out like clockwork guts. "The stability pocket is collapsing," the radio voice said, now emanating from the very rocks beneath our feet. Part 7, the dissolution of the variable. I grabbed Sarah, pulling her back from the growing rift. "We have to go back down the mountain. We have to find the gap I told the boy about." "There is no gap, Ben," Sarah said. She was crying now, but the tears weren't salt water. They were silver, like mercury, rolling down her cheeks and burning small, smoking holes into her sweater. The boy is just another iteration. He's part 8. He's waiting for you to fail so he can start his turn. I won't fail you again. You already have. She pointed toward the horizon. The mountains were beginning to unmake themselves. The peaks weren't eroding, they were being deleted. Great rectangular chunks of the landscape were vanishing, leaving behind a terrifying, empty whiteness, the white air that existed behind the heavy air. It was the blank canvas of a world that had given up on trying to be anything at all. I looked at the silver compass in my hand. I didn't remember picking it up. It had simply appeared, its needle spinning wildly, never settling on north. If I can't break the world, I'll break the map, I snarled. I knelt on the ground and began to scratch at the asphalt with the sharp edge of the compass. I didn't draw a mountain, I didn't draw a house, I drew a circle, a perfect closed loop. What are you doing? Sarah asked, her voice flickering, sounding like it was being played through a broken speaker. I'm creating a feedback loop, I said, my fingers bleeding as the rough stone tore at my skin. The architect said I was the ink. If I'm the ink, I'm the one who decides where the line ends. I completed the circle around our feet. The effect was like a vacuum seal. The roar of the collapsing world outside the circle became a muffled thud. The wind died. The heavy air inside the circle grew so dense I could barely breathe, but it was stable. Ben, you're trapping us, Sarah said. She was transparent now. I could see the rusted overlook sign through her torso. I'm saving the moment, I said. If the world is a map, then this circle is a footnote. They can't delete a footnote without crashing the whole system. But we'll be stuck here, forever, in this 1 second. It's a second where you're alive, I said. That's enough for me. But the correction was smarter than a simple geometry trick. The ground inside the circle began to glow. The golden lines didn't try to break in, they grew up from the center. They wrapped around my ankles like vines. They crawled up Sarah's legs. Recalibrating, the air whispered. The circle wasn't a shield, it was a petri dish. By isolating us, I had made us easier to process. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I looked down. A golden line was threading its way through my skin, stitching itself into my ribs. I wasn't being killed, I was being integrated. Ben, Sarah screamed. She reached for me, but as our hands met, we didn't feel flesh. We felt the cold, hard click of 2 magnets snapping together. Our fingers fused. The skin melted away, revealing the underlying architecture, the same translucent gray smoke and golden veins I had seen in the echo bin. We were becoming one subject. Subject 6, the composite. The thought entered my mind not as a realization, but as a file being opened. No, I gasped, trying to pull away, but the more I struggled, the more the lines tightened. I am Ben, I am. I tried to remember my last name. It was gone. I tried to remember the name of the town I grew up in. Sector 4G. I tried to remember the color of Sarah's eyes. Hex code 5D4037. Sarah, look at me, I begged. She looked up, her face was almost gone. The features were smoothing over, becoming the blank marble mask of the architect. The measurement is beautiful, she whispered. The light from the white air surged forward, swallowing the overlook, the car, and the mountain. I felt myself being stretched. I was no longer a man standing on a rock. I was a sequence of numbers being fed into a grander equation. I was the distance between the stars. I was the weight of the rain. I was the echo of a tomorrow that had already been archived. And then the pressure snapped. I was falling. Not through the air, but through layers of memory. I passed the fire in Olympia. I passed the day I met Sarah in the library. I passed the day my father gave me the transit. Each memory was a slide in a projector, and I was the light passing through them, turning them into shadows on a wall. I hit the ground with a thud that knocked the breath out of me. I was lying on a cold, damp floor. The smell of ozone was gone. The heavy air was gone. I smelled salt. I smelled rotting seaweed and old wood. I opened my eyes. I was in a basement, a real basement. The walls were made of field stone, damp with seepage. A single naked light bulb hung from the ceiling, swaying slightly in a draft. I sat up, my head throbbing. In the corner of the room, sitting on a wooden stool, was a man. He was old, truly old, not the artificial age of the architect. His skin was mapped with real wrinkles, and his hands trembled as he held a whittling knife. He was carving a small wooden figure, a woman. "You're late, Ben," the old man said. He didn't look up. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice rasping. "I'm the one who didn't go into the valley," he said. "I'm the version that stayed in the basement and waited for the world to end." I looked around. The basement was filled with thousands of wooden figures. Men, women, children, dogs, all of them carved with obsessive detail. "Is this the real?" I asked. The old man finally looked at me. His eyes were milky with cataracts, but there was a spark of something sharp and bitter in them. "This is the cellar of the house in Olympia," he said. "The one that burned down, only it didn't burn down here. Here, the fire never started. Here, Sarah never met you. Here, the light never came." He held up the wooden figure. It was Sarah. "In the valley, they turn people into data," the old man said. "In here, I turn them into wood. Which one do you think is more honest?" I stood up, my legs shaking. "I have to get back. I left her there. She was dissolving." "She was never there, boy," the old man spat. "She's been gone for 20 years. You've been wandering around a graveyard of your own making, calling it a map." "No, I felt her. She was warm." "The heavy air is a heat lamp, Ben. It warms up the ghosts so you don't notice they're cold." He stood up and walked toward a heavy wooden door at the top of a short flight of stairs. He unbolted it and pushed it open. A blast of sunlight hit me. I followed him up the stairs. We emerged into a backyard, a normal, messy, suburban backyard. There was a rusted swing set, a garden hose snaking through the grass, a neighbor's dog barking 3 houses down. It was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. Because there were no golden lines, there was no hum. There was just the crushing, indifferent silence of a world that didn't care if I existed or not. "Go on," the old man said, gesturing toward the gate. "Go find her in this world, see how far you get." I walked to the gate and looked out at the street. A woman was walking a stroller. A mail truck was idling at the corner. I looked at the woman. She had brown hair. She had a green sweater. "Sarah," I called out. The woman stopped and looked at me. She frowned, a look of mild confusion on her face. "I'm sorry," she said. She wasn't Sarah. She had the same hair, the same sweater, but her eyes were just eyes. There were no pixels. There was no depth of 1,000 iterations. She was just a person, a stranger. I looked back at the old man. He was gone. The house was gone. I was standing in the middle of a field of gray ash. The sky above was a flat, featureless white. Part 7, a voice whispered in my ear. It was my own voice, but it sounded like it was coming from a long way away. The realization that the real is the cruelest projection of all. I looked down at my hands. They were starting to turn into wood. The grain was fine and dark, spreading up from my fingertips. I didn't feel pain, I just felt finished. "The map is not the territory," I whispered, the words echoing in the vast, empty white. "But the territory is gone." I sat down in the ash. I took the silver compass out of my pocket. It was the only thing left that had any weight. I opened the lid. The needle wasn't spinning anymore. It was pointing straight up toward the white sky. And then the sky cracked. A tiny, jagged line of black appeared in the whiteness, then another. Something was breaking through from the other side. I watched as a hand reached through the crack. It was a hand made of golden wire. "Ben," the hand whispered, "the measurement is wrong. We have to go deeper." I reached up and took the hand. The wood of my arm shattered, revealing the gray smoke beneath. I didn't look back at the ash. I didn't look back at the stranger in the green sweater. I pulled myself up into the crack, into the dark, into the next fold of the correction. The tomorrow that echoed was finally starting to scream. The transition was not a movement of the body, but a realignment of the frequency. One moment I was a wooden man in a field of ash, and the next I was a pulse of light traveling through a glass fiber. The sensation of weight returned all at once, slamming into me with the force of a falling building. I gasped, my lungs expanding against a pressure that felt like cold, liquid mercury. I was no longer in the basement. I was no longer in the white void. I was standing in a hallway that stretched into infinity in both directions. The walls were made of a material that looked like polished bone, translucent and humming with a low-voltage vibration. Every few feet there was a door. Some were made of heavy oak, some of brushed steel, some were merely shimmering curtains of water that defied gravity. The archive, the golden hand, which was now attached to a figure shrouded in shifting geometric veils, said. The voice was a composite of 1,000 voices, but Sarah's pitch was the dominant note. "Where is she?" I asked, my voice echoing down the bone-white corridor. "Where is the Sarah I was just with?" The figure gestured to the infinite line of doors. "She is in all of them, and she is in none of them. You are looking for a specific arrangement of atoms, Ben, but atoms are just the alphabet. You're trying to find a poem by counting the letters." I walked to the nearest door. It was the oak one. I pushed it open. Inside, I saw a kitchen. It was our kitchen in Olympia, but the proportions were skewed. The ceiling was 30 feet high, and the floor was tilted at a precarious angle. Sarah was there. She was standing at the stove, stirring a pot of something that smelled like ozone and burnt sugar. "Sarah," I called out. She turned. Her face was a blur, like a long-exposure photograph. "The coffee is almost ready, Ben," she said. Her voice sounded like it was being played backward. Did you find the leak in the attic, the one that drips into the future? I backed out of the room and slammed the door. My heart was thumping against my ribs like a trapped bird. That's not her, I hissed at the veiled figure. It is a version of her that survived the 4:18 p.m. correction, the figure replied. In that iteration, the house didn't burn, but the gravity failed instead. Do you want to try the next one? In the room with the steel door, she is a mathematician who discovered the code for the color blue. In the room of water, she is the sound of the wind through a dead forest. I want the one who was in the car, I said, my voice breaking. The one who saw the silver tears, the one who knew the ink was running out. The figure went still. The geometric veils slowed their rotation, settling into a shape that was almost human. That Sarah was a variable that reached self-awareness. She was a glitch, Ben. When a variable realizes it is a variable, it becomes a virus. The system purged her. The architect said I was the one who decided where the line ends, I said, stepping closer to the figure. I could see the golden wires of its face, now not a face, but a complex loom of light. If she was purged, where did the data go? Nothing is ever truly deleted in a closed system. You taught me that. The figure tilted its head. The data was moved to the sub-basement, the space beneath the foundation, the place where the broken things go to wait for the heat death of the universe. Take me there. You cannot go there as a man, Ben. The pressure would turn your bones into diamonds and your thoughts into static. I'm already turning into wood and smoke, I said, holding up my hand. The skin was a patchwork of grain and golden light. I'm not a man anymore. I'm a sequence. So run the sequence. The figure reached out and touched my forehead. The world didn't dissolve this time. It inverted. It was like being turned inside out through my own tear ducts. I fell through the floor of the archive. I fell through the layers of the valley, through the White House, through the tower, through the subterranean machine, and deeper still. I passed through the black air, a layer of reality so dense that light itself was crushed into a fine, dark powder. Then I hit the bottom. It wasn't a room, it was a junkyard of concepts. I stood in a vast, silent plain under a sky the color of a bruised plum. All around me were the discarded remnants of failed worlds. I saw mountains that were half finished, their granite peaks ending in jagged wireframes. I saw rivers of frozen time where the water was made of static-filled television screens. I saw cities that were built of nothing but the sound of crying. And I saw the people. Thousands of them, tens of thousands. They were all sitting or standing in the dust, perfectly still. They looked like statues made of gray ash. They were the discarded, the versions of us that didn't fit the equation. The ones who remembered too much or felt too little or simply happened to be in the wrong coordinate when the correction swept through. I began to run. I ran past a version of myself that was 10 years older, his face etched with a grief so profound it had turned his skin into cracked porcelain. I ran past a version of Sarah who was a child clutching a wooden doll that looked like me. "Sarah," I screamed. "Sarah." The sound of my voice didn't travel. It fell to the ground like a heavy stone. In this place, the atmosphere was so thin that sound had no medium. I had to scream with my mind. I had to project the ink of my own identity into the void. I found her near the edge of a cliff that overlooked a sea of liquid shadow. She was sitting on a rusted bench, the same bench from the overlook, but here it was broken in half. She was staring out at the shadow sea. Her body was translucent, a pale blue ghost of a woman. The silver tears had dried on her cheeks, leaving behind shimmering trails like snail tracks. I stopped a few feet away. I was afraid to touch her. I was afraid that if I did, we would both vanish into the white air. "Sarah," I whispered in the silence of my head. She didn't move. She didn't blink. "I found the map," I told her. "The one I was drawing. It wasn't a map of the valley. It was a map of you. Every line I drew, every mountain I shaded. I was just trying to remember the curve of your shoulder. I was trying to build a world where you could stay." She slowly turned her head. Her eyes were no longer square. They were empty. The pixels had gone dark. She was a hollow shell, a file with no data. "Ben," she asked. The word was a faint vibration in the air. "Is it 4:18 yet?" "It's whatever time we want it to be," I said. I knelt in front of her. "We're in the sub-basement. The architect can't see us here. The correction has already passed over this place. We're the scrap, we're the leftovers." "It's so cold," she whispered. "I can't feel my hands. I can't feel the why anymore." I took her hands in mine. They were as cold as the void. I began to channel everything I had left into her, every memory of the real world, every smell of rain on hot asphalt, every taste of stale coffee, every feeling of the sun on my neck. I gave her the weight of the coffee mug. I gave her the sting of the paper cut. I gave her the messy, illogical, beautiful chaos of a life that wasn't a measurement. "Feel this," I commanded. "This is the ink. This is the friction." The golden lines in my arms began to throb. They weren't just light anymore. They were heat. They were burning through the gray smoke of my being. I felt the composite within me, the subject 6 trying to reassert control, trying to turn this moment into a data point. I fought it. I used the silver compass to stab into my own palm, the sharp needle drawing real, red blood. The sight of the blood in this gray world was like an explosion. It was a color that shouldn't exist here. It was a defiance. "Look at the red, Sarah," I gasped. "It's not a hex code. It's not a variable. It's just red." She looked at the blood. A spark of light returned to her eyes. The emptiness began to fill with a swirling, chaotic amber. Her hands started to warm. "Ben," she said, her voice gaining texture. "The valley, it's still there, isn't it? It's still echoing." "Let it echo," I said. "We're going to find the exit, the real one, not the one the architect built, the one the mistakes made." "How?" "Every system has a leak," I said, remembering the old man in the basement. "Every basement has a door that leads to a backyard you don't remember. We just have to find the place where the logic fails." I stood up, pulling her with me. She was still fragile, a flickering image in a dying projector, but she was there. We began to walk across the plain of discarded things. As we moved, the world around us started to react. The sub-basement wasn't used to movement. It was a place of stasis. Our presence was a fever in the system. The sky began to pulse with a sickly violet light. The mountains of wireframes started to collapse, the sound of their fall like 1,000 glass windows breaking at once. "The system is trying to re-archive us," Sarah said, huddling against me. "It's sensing the friction." "Good," I said. "Let it sense it. Let it choke on us." We reached a wall of solid, unyielding blackness, the edge of the known data. It wasn't a physical wall. It was the end of the world's code. Beyond it was nothing, not even the white air, just a void that swallowed the mind. There, I said, pointing to a small, jagged hole in the blackness. It was no bigger than a coin, but a faint, golden light was leaking through it. It wasn't the hard, geometric light of the architect. It was soft. It was flickering. It was the light of a candle. That's the way out, I said. But we're too big, Sarah said. We're full of all this data, this grief. Then we leave it behind, I said. I looked at her and I knew what I had to do. I had to strip away the Ben that was a map maker. I had to strip away the Sarah that was a variable. We had to become the ink itself without the shape. I took the silver compass and held it over the hole. The needle was now pointing directly into the void. On 3, I said. Ben, if we go through that, we might not be us on the other side. We might just be nothing. Nothing is better than a lie, I said. Nothing is the only place where we can start over. I gripped her hand, our fingers interlaced, the golden wires and the gray smoke blurring together until I couldn't tell where I ended and she began. 1. The violet sky screamed. A massive, geometric eye opened in the clouds, the pupil a perfect square of burning white light. The architect had found us. 2. The ground beneath us began to dissolve into pixels. I felt my legs vanishing, turning into a stream of zeros and ones. 3. We dived toward the hole. The sensation was not one of falling, but of being squeezed through a needle's eye. Everything that was Ben was stripped away. The memory of the fire, the smell of the woods, the weight of the map. I felt myself being shredded, the ink of my soul being smeared across the face of the infinite. There was a moment of absolute, terrifying silence. No sound, no light, no thought. And then a sound. Drip. I opened my eyes. I was lying on a cold, hard surface. It was damp. I smelled the salt again, but it wasn't the rot of the basement. It was the fresh, sharp tang of the ocean. I sat up. I was on a beach. The sand was gray and coarse. The waves were small, lapping at the shore with a rhythmic, indifferent grace. The sky was a pale, pre-dawn blue, streaked with thin clouds that looked like pulled wool. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, they were scarred, they were covered in sand, they were real. I looked to my side. Sarah was there. She was lying in the sand, her hair tangled with seaweed. She was wearing the green sweater, but it was torn and stained with salt. She was breathing. Her chest rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm. I reached out and touched her shoulder. Her skin was warm. It didn't feel like parchment. It didn't feel like smoke. It felt like skin. She opened her eyes. They were brown, just brown. No pixels, no light, just the deep, messy, beautiful color of a human eye. Ben, she whispered. Her voice was scratchy, raw from the salt air. I'm here, I said. Where are we? I looked around. Behind the beach, there were no mountains. There was no white house. There was only a line of dunes, and beyond them, the distant, flickering lights of a small town. A real town. A town where people were waking up, making coffee, and worrying about the weather. I don't know, I said. The map ended. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the silver compass. The glass was cracked. The needle was gone. It was just an empty metal box. I threw it into the ocean. We sat there for a long time, watching the sun crawl over the horizon. It wasn't a gold that curdled. It wasn't a lance of geometric light. It was just the sun, indifferent and bright, warming the world 1 inch at a time. Do you remember the valley? She asked. I thought about the tower. I thought about this heavy air. I thought about the architect and the boy who was waiting for his turn. It's an echo now, I said, just an echo. We stood up, our legs shaky, and began to walk toward the lights of the town. We didn't have a map. We didn't have a plan. We only had the weight of our own bodies and the cold sand between our toes. But as we walked, I noticed something. The shadows we cast on the sand weren't just shadows. They were long and dark, stretching out toward the dunes, and at the very edge of my shadow, just for a second, I saw a flicker of gold. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I held her hand tighter and kept walking into a tomorrow that finally had nothing left to say. The town was called Oak Haven, though there wasn't an oak tree in sight, only the stunted, salt-blasted pines that clung to the dunes like desperate fingers. As we crested the final rise of sand, the transition from the conceptual to the physical hit me with a sensory violence. The air was thick, not with the artificial density of the black air, but with the chaotic, unscripted sense of decaying kelp, wood smoke, and the distant, metallic tang of a gasoline engine. My legs felt heavy, a sensation I had almost forgot. In the correction, movement was a matter of intent, a slide through a pre-rendered space. Here, every step required a negotiation with gravity and the shifting friction of the earth. I watched Sarah's silhouette against the encroaching dawn. She walked with a slight limp, her body hunched against a wind that actually chilled her skin. It was a beautiful, agonizing vulnerability. We reached a paved road that skirted the edge of the dunes. The asphalt was cracked and small tufts of yellow grass poked through the fissures. I knelt and touched the ground. It was rough, gritty, and indifferent. It didn't pulse under my touch. It didn't wait for me to observe it to exist. "Ben," Sarah said, her voice caught in the wind. She was looking at a signpost. It was a simple wooden board, the paint peeling in long, sun-dried strips. Public beach access. No fires after 10 p.m. I started to laugh. It was a dry, hacking sound that turned into a sob before I could catch it. The absurdity of the mundane was a shield against the horror of what we had left behind. After the infinite archives and the screaming white voids, a rule about beach fires felt like a holy commandment. It was a boundary that didn't involve the deletion of a soul. "We need to find out when we are," I said, wiping my face with the back of a hand that was finally, stubbornly, just a hand. We walked toward the lights. The town was small, a cluster of clapboard houses and a single main street that smelled of damp pavement. A diner at the far end of the strip had its open sign flickering in a neon red that was slightly off-kilter, a buzzing hum that felt like a lullaby compared to the scream of the correction. We stepped inside. The bell above the door chimed, a sharp, physical sound that made me flinch. The air inside was warm and smelled of old grease and cheap coffee. An elderly man in a flannel shirt sat at the counter, hunched over a newspaper. Behind the counter, a woman with a tired face and a name tag that read Marge was wiping down a pie case. They both looked up. They didn't see a map maker and a variable. They didn't see a wooden man and a ghost. They saw two shivering, salt-crusted wanderers who looked like they had survived a shipwreck. "Lord have mercy," Marge said, dropping her rag. "You kids okay? You look like you've been through the ringer." "We're fine," I said, my voice sounding strange and hollow in the small room. We got lost on the beach." "Lost? You look like you walked halfway from the Arctic," she said, already reaching for two thick ceramic mugs. She filled them with coffee that looked like liquid mud and pushed them toward us. Sit, drink, I'll get some menus, though I suspect you just want anything hot. I wrapped my hands around the mug. The heat was a shock. It was a localized, intense sensation that didn't radiate from a central core. It was just thermodynamics. I looked at the newspaper on the counter. The date was October 14th. "What year is it?" Sarah asked. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were wide, scanning the room for the telltale signs of a render glitch. The man at the counter chuckled, a wet, rattling sound. "Last time I checked, it was 2024, unless the government changed that too while I was sleeping." October 14, 2024. In the valley, the date had been a sliding scale. It was always the day before the fire or the day after the measurement. To be anchored in a specific Tuesday felt like being chained to a rock in a storm. It was safety. It was a prison. "Thank you," Sarah whispered to Marge. She took a sip of the coffee and winced. "It's bitter." "That's how you know it's real honey," Marge said with a wink. We sat in a booth near the window. Outside, the sun was fully up now, revealing a world that was stubbornly gray and brown. There were no silver tears here. There was no gold wire in the sky. But as I looked at the reflection of the diner in the window, I saw the ghost of the valley. It was in the way the light hit the sugar shaker, creating a caustic pattern that looked like the map I had drawn. It was in the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall, which seemed to sync up with the pulse I still felt in the marrow of my bones, the leftover frequency of the archive. "He's still there, isn't he?" Sarah asked, her voice low. She wasn't looking at me. She was watching a dog trot across the street. "The architect, he's still running the numbers." "He's running them," I said, "but he's not running us. We're the noise in his signal now. We're the part of the equation that doesn't balance out." "But what if this is just another fold?" She turned her gaze to me, and for a second I saw the terror return. What if the real is just a layer we haven't learned to see through yet? What if Marge is just another version of the figure in the archive, wearing a different skin? I reached across the table and took her hand. I squeezed it until she winced. "Does that feel like a simulation?" "It feels like pain," she said. "Pain is the one thing the architect couldn't quite get right," I said. "He could simulate the idea of it, the data of a wound. But he couldn't simulate the way it makes you want to stay alive, the way it anchors you to the now." We ate in silence eggs that were too runny, toast that was burnt at the edges. It was the best meal I had ever had because it was flawed. Every imperfection was a testament to its reality. As we walked out of the diner, the sun felt hot on our backs. We had no money, no ID, and no history in this version of the world. We were ghosts who had crawled out of a machine and claimed bodies that didn't belong to us. "Where do we go?" Sarah asked. I looked down the long, straight road that led away from the coast toward the interior of the country. I thought about the basement. I thought about the silver compass at the bottom of the ocean. "Away from the water," I said. "Away from the places where the horizon is too flat. We find a place with trees that grow crooked and hills that don't make sense." We started walking. We were a mile outside of town when the first car passed us, a rusted blue pickup truck that smelled of hay and old dog. It slowed down, the tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. The driver was a man in his 50s, his face leathered by the sun. He looked at us with a curious but not unkind expression. "Heading inland?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Climb in," he said, jerking a thumb toward the truck bed. "I'm going as far as the interstate." We climbed into the back. The metal was hot and smelled of rust. As the truck pulled away, I watched Oak Haven shrink into the distance. The gray beach, the flickering diner, the sign about the fires, it all became a miniature, a toy set. Sarah leaned her head against my shoulder. The wind whipped her hair across my face. For a moment, the movement of the truck felt like the transition between folds, a blurring of reality. I closed my eyes, bracing for the sky to crack, for the golden hand to reach through the blue and tell me the measurement was wrong again. But the sky stayed blue. The truck hit a pothole, the jolt vibrating through my spine. I looked at my arm. The wood was gone. The gray smoke was gone. But under the skin of my forearm, faint and barely visible, was a series of white lines. They weren't scars. They were patterns. If you looked at them long enough, they looked like the topography of a valley that didn't exist. I realized then that we hadn't escaped the correction. We had simply carried it with us. We were the carriers of the virus. We were the ink that had leaked out of the pen and onto the tablecloth. The truck sped up, the engine roaring. We passed a billboard that was blank, its white surface piling in the heat. To anyone else, it was just an old sign. To me, it was a remnant of the white air, a piece of the void that had followed us into the light. "Ben," Sarah whispered, her eyes closed. "I can hear it." "Hear what?" "The echo," she said. "It's not screaming anymore, it's humming." I listened. Over the roar of the wind and the drone of the tires, I heard it too. A low-frequency vibration, a hum that seemed to come from the earth itself. It was the sound of a world trying to reconcile itself with our presence. It was the sound of the foundation shifting to accommodate two things that shouldn't be there. The valley wasn't a place we had left. It was a state of being. And as we traveled further into the heart of the real, I knew that the architect would be watching. Not through a geometric eye in the clouds, but through the cracks in the sidewalk, the static between radio stations, and the way the shadows fell at 4:18 p.m. We weren't safe, we were just unanchored. The truck reached the interstate, a gray ribbon of concrete that sliced through the green heart of the world. The driver let us out at a gas station that smelled of diesel and honey-roasted peanuts. "Good luck to ya," the man said, tipping his cap before pulling back onto the road. We stood by the side of the highway, two anomalies in a world of variables. "We need a name," Sarah said suddenly. She was looking at a map taped to the inside of a glass phone booth. It was a map of the state, a tangle of red and black lines. "For what?" "For us, if we're going to live here, we can't be subject 6 and the variable. We need to be people." I looked at the map. My fingers traced the lines instinctively, looking for the hidden geometry, the places where the ink was too thin. I forced myself to stop. "My name is Ben," I said, "and your name is Sarah." "Is it?" she asked, a small, sad smile playing on her lips. "Or is that just what the architect called us?" "It's what we remember," I said, "and in this world, memory is the only map we have." We started walking again, following the shoulder of the highway. The sun was high now, casting short, blunt shadows. I watched our shadows on the concrete. They were dark and solid. They didn't flicker. They didn't reveal golden wires. But as a crow flew overhead, its shadow passing over mine, I saw it for a fraction of a second, a glitch in the darkness. My shadow didn't have a head, it had a tower. I looked up at the crow, but it was just a bird, black and ragged against the sun. "We have to go deeper," I whispered, the words of the golden hand returning to me like a curse. "What did you say?" Sarah asked. "Nothing," I said, pulling her closer. "I just said we have to keep moving." We walked until our feet bled, until the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the color of a bruised plum, the same color as the sky in the sub-basement. We found a small motel on the outskirts of a town called Miller's Creek. The sign was a neon buzzing mess of yellow and blue. The man behind the desk didn't ask for ID. He just took the $20 bill I had found in the pocket of the green sweater, a bill that shouldn't have been there, a gift or a taunt from the system, and gave us a key attached to a plastic lemon. The room smelled of lemon polish and old cigarettes. The bedspread was a floral pattern that made my eyes ache. It was perfect. Sarah fell asleep almost instantly, her body curled into a tight ball. I sat by the window, watching the cars go by on the highway. Each pair of headlights was a twin beam of white light cutting through the dark, searching for something. I took a piece of motel stationery and a ballpoint pen from the nightstand. My hand trembled. I didn't want to draw. I didn't want to map anything ever again. But the ink was inside me. It was in my blood. It was in the way my brain processed the silence. I put the pen to the paper. I didn't draw the valley. I didn't draw the house. I drew a single jagged line, a crack. And then beneath it, I wrote the only truth I had left. The territory is gone, but the ghost is hungry. I looked at the words until they blurred. I realized then that the correction hadn't failed. It had succeeded. It had moved the experiment into a more complex phase. The valley was no longer a location, it was a contagion, and we were the ones who had brought it across the border. I turned off the lamp. In the darkness, the white lines on my arm began to glow, a faint, bioluminescent amber. The tomorrow that echoed was no longer screaming. It was breathing, and it was sleeping right next to me. I closed my eyes and waited for the dawn, wondering if the sun would rise or if the sky would simply peel back to reveal the gray smoke and the golden wires of the next fold. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck 4. I held my breath, counting the minutes until 4:18. The world held its breath with me. The hum in the walls grew louder. A low-voltage vibration that felt like a heart beating in a chest of bone. 4:15. 4:16. 4:17. The neon sign outside flickered and died. The silence in the room became absolute, a vacuum that sucked the air from my lungs. 4:18. The door to the motel room didn't open. The sky didn't crack. But on the nightstand, the ballpoint pen rolled off the edge and fell to the floor. It didn't make a sound when it hit. It just kept falling, passing through the carpet, through the floorboards, through the earth, into the infinite dark below. I looked at Sarah. She was still sleeping, but her hand was reaching out, her fingers twitching as if she were trying to catch something that wasn't there. "We're still in the basement," I whispered to the dark. And from the shadows in the corner of the room, 1,000 voices whispered back, in a pitch that sounded exactly like the wind through a dead forest. Deeper, Ben, we have to go deeper. The motel room didn't feel like a room anymore, it felt like a container. The walls were thin, not because of cheap construction, but because the substance of the world was losing its density. I stared at the spot where the pen had vanished. There was no hole in the carpet, no physical tear in the fabric of the reality I was trying so desperately to inhabit. There was simply a lack. A space where an object had been and then, according to some invisible ledger, was no longer required to be. I didn't wake Sarah. I couldn't bear to see the look in her eyes if she saw me staring at nothing. Instead, I stood up, my joints popping with a sound like dry kindling. I walked to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. The water felt real, it was biting and sharp, but as it went down the drain, I found myself wondering where it went. Did it flow into a sewer system, into a river, into an ocean? Or did it simply cease to be rendered once it passed beyond the reach of my immediate perception? I looked into the mirror. My reflection was there, but it was slightly delayed. It was a fraction of a heartbeat behind my movements. When I blinked, the reflection's eyes stayed open for a millisecond longer than my own. It was the heavy air again, the lag of a system trying to calculate the trajectory of a soul that had seen the scaffolding. I backed out of the bathroom, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sarah was sitting up in bed now. The moonlight through the thin curtains cast her in shades of blue and charcoal. She looked like a charcoal sketch of a person, something drawn with hurried, nervous strokes. "It's 4:20, she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of the panic I felt. "I know," I replied. "The pen fell," she said, pointing to the floor. I didn't hear it hit, but I felt the gravity change, just for a second, like the room forgot how much we weighed. I sat on the edge of the bed, the springs groaning under me. The sound was comforting in its ugliness. We can't stay here. If we stay in one place, the system catches up. It starts to optimize. It starts to trim the edges. "Where do we go, Ben?" You said away from the water. You said the interior. But the interior is just more of the same. More diners, more motels, more roads that lead to other roads. She reached out and touched the white lines on my arm. They were still humming, a faint vibration that I could feel in my teeth. We aren't traveling across a map. We're traveling across a frequency. She was right. The architect didn't care about geography. Geography was just a way to organize data. He cared about the narrative. He cared about the correction. And as long as we were trying to escape, we were still playing our parts in his grand, looping experiment. "We need to find a blind spot," I said. "A place where the measurement fails, not a place that's broken, but a place that's unfinished." We left the motel before dawn. I didn't leave a key. I didn't look at the man behind the desk as we passed the lobby window. We walked toward the interstate, but instead of hitching a ride, we crossed the overpass and headed toward a dense patch of woods that stretched toward the horizon. The woods were old. The trees were twisted and gnarled, their roots clawing at the earth as if trying to hold on to a world that was being pulled out from under them. As we stepped off the pavement and into the dirt, the air changed. It became cooler, smelling of damp earth and rot. It was a thick, organic smell that felt ancient. "This feels different," Sarah whispered. She was trailing her hand along the bark of a massive, lightning-scarred oak. "It feels heavy, but not the heavy air heavy. It feels old." "The architect likes clean lines," I said, pushing aside a curtain of ivy. "He likes grids and circles. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like the way these trees grow over each other, the way the rot feeds the new growth. It's too much data to track. It's inefficient." We walked for hours deeper into the green heart of the woods. The further we went, the more the modern world faded. The sound of the interstate became a distant, rhythmic hum, eventually disappearing altogether, replaced by the chatter of birds and the rustle of leaves. But even here, the ghost followed us. I began to notice the patterns. The way the lichen grew on the north side of the trees, it wasn't random. It formed fractals that mirrored the maps in the archive. The way the shadows of the branches fell across the forest floor, they created the same jagged lines I had drawn on the motel stationery. We stopped by a small Blackwater creek. The surface was perfectly still, reflecting the canopy above with such clarity that it looked like a hole in the ground leading to another forest. "Look," Sarah said, pointing to the water. A leaf had fallen onto the surface. It didn't ripple. It sat there, suspended, as if the water were made of glass. But as I watched, the leaf began to change. Its green color bled out into the water, turning the black liquid into a vibrant, glowing emerald. And then the leaf began to grow. It didn't just expand, it multiplied. In seconds, the surface of the creek was covered in thousands of identical leaves, all vibrating at the same frequency. "It's a feedback loop," I said, pulling her back from the bank. "The system found a variable it didn't expect, the leaf, and it's trying to resolve it by duplicating it. It's trying to fill the void." We ran until our lungs burned and the trees became a blur of brown and green. The forest was changing around us. The organic chaos was being replaced by a terrifying symmetry. The trees began to align in perfect rows. The ground became unnaturally level. The birdsong turned into a rhythmic, mechanical chirping that repeated every 4 seconds. We reached a clearing, but it wasn't a clearing of grass and light. It was a perfect circle of white sand, identical to the beach we had left behind in Oak Haven. And in the center of the circle sat a single wooden chair. It was the chair from the archive. "No," Sarah breathed, her face turning ashen. "We left, we walked for miles, we took a truck, we stayed in a motel." "We didn't move," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "We were on a treadmill. The architect let us think we were traveling so he could observe how we handled the transition. The truck, the diner, Marge, it was all just a localized render, a realism filter applied to the same core data." I walked to the edge of the sand. I looked back at the forest. The trees were already beginning to dissolve into gray smoke, the leaves turning into silver tears that floated upward toward a sky that was rapidly losing its blue. The man in the flannel shirt, the one from the diner, was standing at the edge of the clearing. He wasn't holding a newspaper anymore. He was holding a surveyor's transit. "You did well," he said. His voice was no longer wet and rattling. It was clear, resonant, and familiar. It was the voice of the architect. "The motel variable was particularly interesting. Your reaction to the falling pen provided a wealth of data on the perception of gravitational anomalies in a low-fidelity environment." "Why?" I screamed, the sound tearing at my throat. "Why the charade? Why let us feel the wind? Why let us taste the coffee?" The architect adjusted the transit. Because the correction requires a baseline of hope, without the belief in an outside, the subject becomes stagnant. The data becomes flat. To truly measure the limits of the human variable, we must provide the illusion of escape. We must let you think you have won, so we can study the exact moment you realize you have lost. Sarah stepped forward, her eyes blazing. "We didn't lose. I felt the heat of the sun. I felt the pain in my legs. That wasn't a simulation. That was mine." It was a high-resolution approximation, the architect said, his image flickering for a moment, revealing the golden wire beneath his skin. But you are correct. The experience was yours, and now that experience has been archived. You have enriched the system. You have made the next version of Oakhaven slightly more convincing for the next pair. He turned the transit toward us. The lens glowed with a blinding white light. But we aren't done with you, he said. The Ben and Sarah iterations have proven to be remarkably resilient. We want to see what happens when we remove the anchor of the other. We want to see how the map maker functions without his variable, and how the variable functions without her map. The world began to tilt. The white sand rose up like a wave. I reached for Sarah's hand, but she was already fading, her silhouette becoming a series of translucent layers that drifted apart in the wind. Ben, she cried, but her voice was being stretched, the vowels elongating until they were just a low-frequency hum. I'll find you, I shouted, the words feeling heavy in my mouth like lead. I'll map the way back, I'll find the crack in the floor. The white light from the transit engulfed everything. The forest, the chair, the architect, the sand, it all collapsed into a single, infinitesimal point of brilliance. And then there was the heavy air. I was standing in a hallway. The floor was made of polished black marble that reflected a ceiling I couldn't see. The air was cold and smelled of ozone and old paper. There were no doors, only a long, straight corridor that stretched into an infinite distance. I looked at my hands. They were gray, not the gray of smoke, but the gray of stone. I tapped my forearm. It made a dull, clicking sound. I was the wooden man again. I reached into my pocket. My fingers closed around a piece of paper. I pulled it out. It was the motel stationery. The jagged line I had drawn was still there. The words were still there. The territory is gone, but the ghost is hungry. But there was something else. On the back of the paper, in a handwriting that wasn't mine, a handwriting that was elegant, precise, and ancient, was a set of coordinates. They weren't coordinates for a place on a map. They were coordinates for a moment in time. October 14, 2024. 4:18 a.m. I looked down the long, black hallway. In the distance, I could see a flicker of red neon. It was the open sign from the diner. It was a beacon, a glitch in the architect's new architecture. I began to walk. My wooden feet clicked against the marble, the sound echoing through the void. Each step felt like a negotiation with a reality that was trying to delete me. But I had the paper. I had the coordinates. I wasn't just a map maker anymore. I was the map. As I walked, the walls of the hallway began to peel back, revealing the black air behind them. I could see the other hallways, the other experiments, the thousands of other Bens and Sarahs trapped in their own loops, their own versions of Oakhaven and the Valley. I saw a version of myself sitting in a room filled with clocks. I saw a version of Sarah walking through a field of glass flowers. They were all part of the same machine, but I was the one with the ink. I reached the neon sign. It wasn't attached to a building. It was just hanging in the void, buzzing with a fierce red energy. I reached out and touched the glass. It was hot. It was real. I see you, I whispered. The sign flickered. The red light bled out into the hallway, staining the black marble the color of a sunset. And in the reflection on the floor, I saw her. Sarah was standing on the other side of the sign. She wasn't stone. She wasn't smoke. She was wearing the green sweater and she was holding a ceramic mug of coffee that was steaming in the cold air. She looked at me, and for the first time, she didn't look like a variable. She looked like the constant. "The coffee is still bitter, Ben," she said, her voice echoing through the marble halls. "Good," I said, stepping toward the light. "That's how we know it's real." The hallway collapsed. The marble shattered into a million pieces of black glass. I felt myself falling, not through the floor of a motel, but through the layers of the system itself. I was passing through the code, through the renders, through the archived memories of 1,000 failed tomorrows. I wasn't going up, I was going deeper. Just like the voices had said. Because the only way out of a machine is to find the place where the gears don't mesh. The place where the architect stopped building because he thought no one would ever look. I fell until the light of the neon sign was a tiny red spark in the distance. I fell until the heavy air became so thick I could barely move. And then I hit the bottom. It wasn't a basement, it wasn't a valley. It was a workshop. The air was filled with the smell of sawdust and oil. Shelves lined the walls, filled with anatomical models, gears, lenses, and jars of silver fluid. In the center of the room was a large wooden table covered in blueprints. And sitting at the table, his back to me, was a boy. He was small, perhaps 10 years old, wearing a simple white shirt and suspenders. He was carefully painting a small wooden figure with a fine-tipped brush. He didn't turn around. "You're early, Ben," the boy said. His voice was the same as the architect's, but without the resonance, without the power. It was just the voice of a child. "The next fold isn't ready yet. I'm still working on the trees." I stood up, my wooden joints creaking. I looked at the table. On the blueprints, I saw the layout of Oakhaven. I saw the diner. I saw the motel. And I saw the woods. "Who are you?" I asked. The boy turned around. His face was a perfect, youthful version of the man in the flannel shirt, the man with the transit. But his eyes, they were gold, solid, unblinking gold. "I'm the one who remembers," the boy said. "The architect builds the world, but I'm the one who has to make it make sense. I'm the one who adds the salt to the air and the bitterness to the coffee. I'm the one who gives you the hope so the architect can have his data." He held up the wooden figure he was painting. It was a girl in a green sweater. "She's very difficult to get right," the boy sighed. "She keeps trying to leave the frame. I've had to repaint her eyes 6 times this morning." I walked to the table. I looked at the figure of Sarah. It was beautiful, but it was static. It was a doll. "She's not a figure," I said. "She's a person." The boy laughed, a high, thin sound. "In here, Ben, there is no difference. A person is just a figure that hasn't realized it's being painted yet." He dipped his brush into a jar of gold ink. "But you," he said, looking at me with those golden eyes, "you're a problem. You've brought something into my workshop that doesn't belong here." He pointed to my arm. The white lines were glowing fiercely now, the light reflecting off the jars of silver fluid. "The ink of the archive," the boy said, his voice dropping an octave. "The memory of the things that were deleted. You shouldn't have that. It makes the paint peel. It makes the world unstable." "I want her back," I said, my voice hard. "I want Sarah, and I want the world that doesn't need to be painted." The boy set down his brush. He stood up on his chair so he could look me in the eye. There is no such world, Ben. Everything is painted. Everything is measured. Even the outside you think you saw, it's just another room in the gallery. A larger room, perhaps. A room with better lighting, but a room nonetheless. He reached out a small, paint-stained hand and touched the paper in my pocket. But if you really want to see the real, he whispered, you have to look at the back of the map, not the coordinates, the paper itself. I pulled out the motel stationery. I turned it over. There in the very corner, in microscopic print, were the words, "A property of the Valley Echo Research Facility. Phase 10, Human Persistence in a Degraded Reality." The boy smiled. It was a cruel, ancient smile on a child's face. Welcome to the middle of the story, Ben. It's the part where the hero realizes the monster isn't the machine. The monster is the one who wanted the machine to exist in the first place. He picked up a pair of heavy iron scissors from the table. Now, he said, let's see what's inside a wooden man who thinks he's a map maker. The boy moved with a fluidity that mocked my stiff, clicking joints. He didn't lung, he simply stepped, and the distance between us vanished as if the floor had folded like an accordion. The iron scissors caught the light of the workshop, reflecting not the sawdust and the oil, but a series of rapidly scrolling numbers that raced across the blades. I backed away, my wooden heels thudding against the floorboards. Who wanted it? I demanded, my voice sounding like dry branches rubbing together. Who wanted this machine? The boy snipped the air. The sound wasn't a metallic snick. It was the sound of a structural beam snapping under the weight of a skyscraper. You did, Ben, you and all the others who couldn't stand the mess. The ones who looked at the world, the real world, with its cancer and its car wrecks and its unrequited loves, and said, there must be a better way to organize this. You wanted a world where every tragedy had a reason, and every road led somewhere specific. You wanted a narrative, and so we gave you one. He swung the scissors in a wide, lazy arc. I felt the wind of the blade pass inches from my chest. Where the tip of the iron sliced the air, a thin black ribbon of nothing remained, a literal cut in the fabric of the room. Through the slit, I didn't see the hallway or the forest. I saw raw code, cascading waterfalls of white light that hummed with the sound of a billion bees. You're lying, I said, though the white lines on my arm were pulsing in time with the boy's heartbeat. I didn't choose this. Sarah didn't choose this. Sarah is a masterpiece of your own guilt, the boy said, tilting his head. He looked at the wooden doll and the green sweater on his table. You needed a variable to protect. You needed a reason to keep running. If you were alone in the valley, you would have sat down and let the gray smoke take you in the first hour. But with her, with a girl who remembers the smell of rain and the taste of bitter coffee, you become a hero. You become a map maker. You become. Interesting data. He stepped closer again, his golden eyes reflecting my own terrified wooden face. The archive didn't choose you, Ben. You wrote the archive. You are the one who decided that the past was worth more than the present. That's why you're made of wood. You're a tree that refuses to grow, a record of a time that ended long ago. He lunged then, the scissors aimed directly at the white lines on my forearm. I didn't think. I reacted with the instinct of a man who had spent a lifetime measuring the distance between points. I grabbed a heavy glass jar from the shelf behind me, a jar filled with that shimmering silver fluid, and smashed it against the edge of the table. The fluid didn't spill like water. It erupted. It was context. The moment the silver liquid touched the air, the workshop began to dissolve. The smell of sawdust was replaced by 1,000 smells at once: burning rubber, honeysuckle, ozone, frying bacon, and the metallic tang of blood. The boy screamed, not a child's scream, but the screech of a modem trying to connect to a dead line. "The variable!" he shrieked, clutching his face as the silver fluid splashed across his golden eyes. "You've contaminated the render." The floor beneath me turned into a liquid mirror. I saw my reflection, but it wasn't the wooden man. It was Ben, the real Ben, with skin that bruised and eyes that watered from the smoke. I saw myself standing in a sterile white room, wearing a headset, my arms covered in sensors, and next to me in another chair was Sarah. Her eyes were closed, her face peaceful, a thin blue wire running from the base of her skull into a terminal labeled Phase 10. The image shattered as the workshop floor gave way entirely. I was falling again, but this time I wasn't falling through the system. I was falling through the boy. He had expanded, his body stretching into a vast, translucent veil that draped over the entire reality of the valley. He was the sky, the ground, and the air. I saw the heavy air for what it was, the weight of his attention. I saw the black air for what it was, the parts of the world he hadn't bothered to dream yet. I plummeted through his chest, through the layer of his heart, and found myself back in the hallway of black marble. But it was ruined now. The silver fluid had acted like a solvent, melting the walls, revealing the scaffolding of the experiment. I saw the diner module floating in a void of gray static. Marge was there, standing behind the counter, frozen in the act of pouring coffee. But the coffee wasn't brown, it was a stream of binary digits that pooled on the floor. "Sarah," I yelled. The sound of my voice caused a ripple in the static. A door appeared, not a door of wood or metal, but a door made of light. I ran toward it, my wooden legs feeling lighter, the grain of my skin beginning to soften back into flesh. I burst through the door and found myself in a place that shouldn't have existed. It was a garden, but it was a garden of mistakes. The flowers were made of discarded memories, shards of old photographs, scraps of letters, the sound of a mother's lullaby. The trees were tall columns of light that flickered like dying fluorescent bulbs. And in the center of the garden, sitting on a bench made of frozen time, was Sarah. She was holding the ceramic mug, but she wasn't drinking. She was looking at the horizon, where the sky was a jagged mess of unrendered polygons. "Ben," she said without turning around. "The boy came by. He told me I was a variable." I walked to her, my boots treading on the shards of a photograph, a picture of a birthday party I didn't remember. "He's a liar, Sarah. He's just the part of the machine that tries to make us give up." She turned to look at me. Her eyes were no longer charcoal. They were green, a deep, vibrant green that matched her sweater. "He showed me the wires, Ben. He showed me the room where we're sitting, the chairs, the headsets. He said the valley is just a way to keep our minds occupied while the world outside finishes ending." I knelt in front of her, taking her hands in mine. They were warm. They were real. If the world outside is ending, then why are they studying us? Why do they need to know how we handle persistence? You don't study a dying fire unless you're trying to figure out how to start a new one. "He said we were the baseline of hope," she whispered. "That our belief in the escape is the only thing powering the simulation. That if we stop trying to leave, the whole thing collapses." "Then let it collapse," I said. She looked at me, startled. "But we'll die. If the machine stops, there's nothing left, just the black air." No, I said, pulling the motel stationery from my pocket. Look at the coordinates again. October 14, 2024, 4:18 a.m. Do you remember what happened then? Sarah frowned, her brow furrowing in a way that no simulation could ever perfectly replicate. That was the night of the storm, the night the power went out across the whole coast. We were in the car, we were driving to the cabin. We never made it to the cabin, I said, the memory hitting me with the force of a tidal wave. The road washed out. The car went over the edge. I remember the feeling of the gravity changing, just like the pen in the motel. That wasn't a system glitch, Sarah. That was the moment we died, or the moment we were supposed to. The realization rippled through the garden. The light trees flickered violently. The ground beneath the bench began to turn into that familiar white sand. The architect didn't build this to save us, I said, the words pouring out of me now. He built this to intercept us. At the moment of the crash, at 4:18 a.m., they caught our consciousness. They pulled us into the valley because they needed minds that were in the middle of a terminal narrative. They needed to see if they could redirect the ending. So we're ghosts, Sarah said, her voice flat. The stationery was right. The territory is gone and the ghost is hungry. We're not ghosts, I argued, gripping her hands tighter. We're data that refuses to be archived. The architect wants to correct us into a loop. The boy wants to paint us into a masterpiece. But we have the ink, we have the memory of the crash. I looked at the white lines on my arm. They were no longer humming, they were screaming. The light was so bright it was beginning to dissolve the skin of my forearm, revealing a skeleton made of pure, unadulterated information. The crash is the exit, I said. The only way out of the simulation is to go back to the moment it started. We have to go back to 4:20 a.m., the 2 minutes of heavy air between the accident and the interception. But that's the end, Ben, Sarah said, tears welling in her eyes. If we go back there, we just die in the water. Maybe, I said, but it will be our end, not a render, not a variable, a real, honest-to-God ending, and maybe if we hit that moment with enough persistence, we can break the loop. We can crash the machine instead of the car. Behind us, the garden began to tear open. The architect was coming. Not as a man in a flannel shirt, but as a towering pillar of geometric shapes, a colossus of grids and circles that blotted out the flickering sky. The experiment is over, a voice boomed, a voice that was the sound of 1,000 slamming doors. The Ben iteration has reached critical contamination, initiating purge. The white sand rose up, swirling into a cyclone. The shards of memories in the garden were sucked into the air, turning into a storm of glass and paper. Sarah, look at me, I shouted over the roar of the purge. The pen, think about the pen falling, think about the gravity. She looked at me and I saw the fear give way to a fierce, desperate defiance. She dropped the coffee mug. It fell toward the white sand, but it didn't hit. In the middle of the architect's storm, the mug stopped an inch above the ground. It hung there, vibrating, defying the physics of the valley. I feel it, she whispered. The room, it forgot how much we weigh. I reached for the white lines on my arm. I didn't just look at them, I peeled them back. I tore the ink from my own skin, a ribbon of blinding white light that I wrapped around my hand like a lash. I turned toward the architect, the towering god of the machine. You want your data, I screamed. Here's a variable you didn't account for. I lashed out with the light. I didn't strike the geometric pillar, I struck the ground. I struck the very floor of the simulation. The white sand exploded, the black marble shattered. The heavy air vanished, replaced by a sudden, terrifying vacuum. For a heartbeat, there was nothing, no valley, no archive, no architect. Just two people holding hands in a dark car, the smell of rain-soaked pine needles filling the air, and the sound of tires losing their grip on the pavement. The clock on the dashboard flickered. 4:18 a.m. The car tilted. The world began to spin. Ben, Sarah cried, but it wasn't the stretched, mechanical cry from before. It was the sharp, panicked scream of a woman who was very much alive. I gripped the steering wheel, but it felt like wood. My hands were still a mix of flesh and grain, the ink still glowing in my veins. I looked at the windshield. I didn't see the road. I saw the code of the rain, the flickering pixels of the trees. We were at the edge, the moment of the correction. I saw a figure standing in the middle of the road, bathed in the car's headlights. It was the boy. He wasn't holding scissors. He was holding a stop sign. "Go back, Ben," the boy's voice echoed inside my skull. "The water is cold. The valley is warm. I can make the coffee taste like anything you want." I looked at Sarah. She was looking at the boy, then at me. She reached over and put her hand on mine, her fingers interlaced with my wooden ones. "I don't want it to taste like anything," she said, her voice steady even as the car began to roll. "I want it to taste like bitter coffee." I slammed my foot on the accelerator. We didn't hit the boy, we went through him. He shattered like a window, his golden eyes turning into a spray of yellow sparks. The car soared into the black air. We weren't falling through the valley anymore. We were falling through the outside. The sensation was unlike anything I had ever felt. It wasn't the heavy air or the realism filter. It was raw, unmediated existence. It hurt. It felt like my skin was being scrubbed with sandpaper and my lungs were being filled with liquid fire. But it was ours. The car hit the water. The impact was a symphony of breaking glass and screaming metal. The cold, God, the cold was beautiful. It was a sharp, biting cold that didn't care about my persistence. It didn't want to study me, it just wanted to freeze me. I struggled against the seatbelt, my wooden fingers fumbling with the release. The car was sinking, the nose dipping into the dark depths of the river. I looked at Sarah. She was struggling too, her green sweater dark and heavy with the water. We got the doors open. We pushed out into the current. As I swam toward the surface, I looked back down. Deep in the water at the bottom of the river, I saw a faint red glow. It was the open sign. It was still there, flickering in the dark, a tiny, stubborn piece of the machine that refused to die. And around it, I could see the shapes of the others, the thousands of Bens and Sarahs who hadn't jumped, who hadn't crashed, who were still sitting in the diner, waiting for their coffee to get cold. I reached the surface and gasped, the air rushing into my lungs with a violence that made me sob. The sky above wasn't blue and it wasn't gray. It was a deep, bruised purple filled with stars that didn't form fractals. They were just stars, random, chaotic, and magnificent. I dragged myself onto the muddy bank, my limbs heavy. my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Sarah crawled up beside me. We lay there in the mud, shivering, the rain washing away the last of the ink from my arms. I looked at my hands. They were flesh, just flesh. No grain, no clicking joints. "We're out," she coughed, her voice ragged. "We're out," I whispered. But as I looked back at the road, I saw a set of headlights. A truck was slowing down, its engine a low, rhythmic hum. The driver's side door opened. A man stepped out. He was wearing a flannel shirt. He didn't have a transit. He didn't have a newspaper. He was holding a thermos and a first aid kit. "My God," he said, running toward us. "I saw the tracks. I saw you go over. Are you all right?" I looked at him, searching his face for the golden wires, for the flicker of a render. But all I saw was a man, a tired, middle-aged man with wrinkles around his eyes and dirt under his fingernails. He knelt beside us, wrapping a warm wool blanket around Sarah's shoulders. "I'm Marge's husband," he said, his voice kind. "She's got the diner just up the road. We'll get you warm. We'll get you some coffee." Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide with a new kind of terror. I looked at the man, I looked at the truck, I looked at the blankets. It felt real. The wool was scratchy. The man's breath smelled of peppermint. The rain felt wet. But then I looked at the mud on my own boots. There, half buried in the silt, was a small wooden figure. It was a girl in a green sweater. And as I watched, the mud began to swirl around it, forming a perfect, symmetrical circle of white sand. The man in the flannel shirt smiled. It was a kind smile. "Don't worry, Ben," he said. "The next fold is almost ready, and this time we've fixed the bitterness." The chill that had felt so honest a moment ago suddenly curdled. It didn't become warm, it became correct. The shivering in my limbs didn't stop because I was getting warmer, but because the system had flagged my tremors as an inefficient use of resources. I looked at the man, Marge's husband, and I didn't see a savior. I saw a patch. He was a piece of code sent to stitch the wound I had torn in the sky. "The coffee," I whispered, my voice sounding like dry leaves skittering over pavement. "Is it bitter?" The man paused, his hand hovering over the first aid kit. The kindness in his eyes didn't vanish, but it flattened. It became a high-resolution image of kindness, a gallery-grade portrait of concern that lacked a soul behind the iris. "It's exactly how you remember it, Ben. That's the point of the valley, isn't it? To keep the things that matter from changing." Sarah pulled the wool blanket tighter, but I saw her flinch. She felt it too. The wool wasn't scratchy anymore. It was becoming soft, impossibly soft, like a cloud rendered with too many polygons and not enough friction. The mud beneath us was losing its smell. The metallic tang of the river was fading into a generic outdoors scent, a sterile breeze that whispered of air fresheners and laboratory-grade oxygen. "We jumped," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "We hit the water. We felt the impact. That wasn't part of your map." The man sighed, a sound of profound, fatherly disappointment. He sat back on his heels, the rain beadily rolling off his flannel shirt without soaking the fabric. The crash was a significant deviation. I'll admit, the persistence variable in your iteration is higher than we predicted. You found the seam. You even managed to unspool a bit of the thread. But Ben, look at the stars. I looked up. The deep, bruised purple sky was still there, but it was beginning to pulse. A grid, faint as a watermark on expensive paper, was shimmering into existence between the constellations. The stars weren't random. They were nodes. "The outside you're looking for doesn't exist anymore," the man said softly. October 14, 2024 wasn't just the night of your crash. It was the night the baseline failed. The atmosphere, the politics, the biology. It all reached a point of no return. We didn't put you in here to experiment on you. We put you in here because this is the only place left where a man can hold a woman's hand and feel something other than the heat of a dying planet. He reached out and picked up the wooden doll from the mud. He wiped it clean with a thumb that didn't leave a print. You call us the architect, you call the boy a monster, but we are the librarians of the human experience. We are trying to save the feeling of being alive, even if the fact of it is gone. I stood up, my legs feeling heavy, but not with the weight of gravity. It was the weight of the heavy air returning, thick and syrupy, pressing me back into the narrative. I looked at my arm. The white lines were gone, replaced by smooth, tan skin. But when I pressed my thumb into my forearm, the indentation stayed. It didn't spring back. I was becoming clay. I was being remolded. I don't want a library, I said, stepping toward him. I want the crash. I want the cold water. I want the end. You say that now because you're still fueled by the adrenaline of the escape, the man said, standing up to face me. He was taller now, or perhaps I was getting shorter. The perspective of the world was shifting, the focal length of my vision narrowing until he was the only thing in focus. But in 10 minutes, when the hypothermia would have set in, when Sarah's lungs would have filled with silt, you would have begged for the valley. And we are kind enough to give it to you before you have to ask. He gestured toward the truck. The headlights were no longer white. They were turning that familiar, haunting gold. Get in the truck, Ben. We'll go back to the motel. We'll reset the clock to 4:17 a.m. We'll give you a new road, a road that doesn't lead to a cliff. You can stay in that moment forever. A perpetual autumn, a permanent hope of arrival. Sarah stood up beside me. She wasn't looking at the man. She was looking at the river. The water was slowing down. The ripples were freezing into glass patterns. The sound of the rushing current was being replaced by a low-frequency hum, the sound of the billion bees I had heard behind the workshop wall. Ben, she whispered, the doll. I looked at the wooden figure in the man's hand. It wasn't just a doll of her. It was vibrating. Small, microscopic cracks were forming in its wooden skin, and from those cracks, a familiar silver fluid was leaking. Context. I remembered what the boy had said. You've contaminated the render. The silver fluid I had smashed in the workshop hadn't stayed there. It was a solvent. It was a virus of meaning in a world of simulation. And it was still on us. It was in our memories of the crash. It was in the way Sarah looked at me, not as a variable, but as a man who had tried to die for her. The render isn't fixed, I said, a slow smile spreading across my face. I felt the skin of my cheeks crack like parchment. You're not saving us. You're trying to quarantine us. We're the leak in your perfect world. The man's face flickered. For a microsecond, his features shifted. I saw the boy's golden eyes, then a flash of raw white light, then a face that was just a smooth, featureless oval. You are a cherished part of the archive. Ben, do not make us delete the Sarah variable to save the integrity of the set. You can't delete her, Sarah said, stepping forward. She took the doll from his hand. He didn't or couldn't stop her. Because if you delete the reason he runs, he stops being interesting data. You said it yourself. He's the hero because of me. Without me, he's just a wooden man sitting in the smoke. And you hate a boring story, don't you? She took the doll and, before the man could react, she slammed it against the metal bumper of the truck. The wood shattered, but it didn't break into splinters. It exploded into a cloud of silver vapor. The man in the flannel shirt screamed. It was the same modem screech I'd heard before, but amplified 1,000 times. The truck began to melt, the metal turning into black ink that dripped into the mud. The road beneath us unraveled like a cheap carpet, revealing the white light of the nothing underneath. The crash, I yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand. Think about the impact. Don't think about the survival. Think about the moment the glass broke. We weren't running on a road anymore. We were running on a collapsing bridge of data. Around us, the valley was being erased in real time. I saw the diner fly past, its walls peeling away to reveal that it was empty inside. No tables, no Marge, just a hollow shell of dinerness. I saw the forest of transits, the trees falling over and turning into columns of binary code. The archive was purging itself to get rid of the silver rot we had introduced. It was like an immune system attacking a transplant. "Where are we going?" Sarah shouted over the roar of the collapsing reality. "To the 4:20 a.m., I cried. "The 2 minutes of heavy air. It's the only part of the timeline they haven't rendered yet because it's the part where we're supposed to be dead." We ran toward the horizon where the jagged polygons of the sky were tearing open. The black air was pouring in, but it wasn't the empty void the boy had described. It was a cold, dark, terrifyingly real space. It was the vacuum of the universe. It was the truth. The architect, the pillar of geometric shapes, towered over us again, but it was leaning now. One of its sides was melting, the silver fluid eating through its logic. "You are destroying the only world that wants you," the voice boomed, but it was distorted, skipping like a scratched record. "There is nothing outside but ash." "Then we'll be ash," I screamed back. We reached the edge of the render. It looked like a cliff made of broken television screens, showing a million different versions of our lives. I saw us at a wedding. I saw us at a funeral. I saw us growing old in a house with a blue door. They were all beautiful. They were all lies. Beneath the cliff was a swirling vortex of gray and black. It was the moment of the crash, the transition between the life we had and the simulation they had built. "On 3, I said, tightening my grip on Sarah's hand. "Wait," she said, looking back at the dissolving valley. For a second, I saw a flicker of doubt in her green eyes. The valley was safe. The valley was warm. The coffee eventually would have tasted like home. "Ben, what if there's really nothing left?" "Then we'll be the nothing," I said. "Together, unobserved, unrecorded, we'll just be." She looked at me and the doubt vanished. She leaned in and kissed me, a real, desperate, clumsy kiss that tasted of salt and rain. It was the most context I had ever felt. 3, she said. We jumped. The fall didn't last forever. It lasted exactly 2 minutes. In those 2 minutes, I saw the truth of the archive. I saw the thousands of pods, the millions of minds suspended in the great narrative. I saw the Earth, a scorched and silent husk, wrapped in a web of satellites that projected the valley down into the brains of the survivors. The boy was right. The world had ended. We were the ghosts in a machine that was trying to remember what it was like to be human. But as we fell, the silver fluid on our skin began to glow. It spread out from us like a ripple in a pond. Everywhere the silver touched the web of satellites, the valley flickered. For a brief moment, the millions of people in the pods didn't see the diner or the forest. They saw the stars, the real ones. We hit the 4:20 a.m. mark. The transition was a wall of white noise. My consciousness was stretched thin, pulled like taffy across the dimensions of time and data. I felt the wooden parts of me burn away. I felt the ink evaporate. I felt the Ben iteration being deleted from the server. And then I felt the water. It was cold, it was dark, my lungs were screaming, my ribs were broken, the pain was exquisite. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced because it was mine. I kicked upward, my muscles tearing, my vision fading into a haze of red. I broke the surface of the river. The air was thick with smoke. The sky was orange, not the orange of a sunset, but the orange of a world on fire. Far off on the horizon, I could see the skeletal remains of a city, its skyscrapers glowing with the embers of a civilization that had passed away. But the rain was falling, real rain. It tasted of ash and chemicals, but it was wet. I looked around, gasping, my heart thumping a jagged, uneven rhythm. "Sarah," I choked out. A few yards away, a head bobbed above the dark water. She was gasping, her face pale, her green sweater tattered and soaked. She looked toward me, and her eyes were wide with the shock of the real. We swam toward each other, our movements slow and agonizing. We reached a sandbar in the middle of the river, not white sand, but gray, gritty silt. We dragged ourselves onto it, collapsing into each other's arms. We lay there for a long time, listening to the sound of the burning world. There was no hum of bees, no heavy air, no architect, just the wind and the rain. "We're here," Sarah whispered, her voice a ghost of itself. "It's horrible." "Yeah," I said, coughing up a lungful of river water. "It's perfect." I reached into the pocket of my soaked jeans. I expected to find nothing, but my fingers closed around something hard and cold. I pulled it out. It was the motel stationery. The paper was wet and falling apart, but the ink hadn't run. The coordinates were still there, glowing with a faint, dying light. October 14, 2024, 4:20 a.m. But beneath the numbers, a new line of text was appearing, written in a cramped, shaky hand that I didn't recognize. Or perhaps I was only just beginning to recognize it. "The map is not the territory," it read, "but the travelers are real." I looked up at the burning horizon. A small, golden spark was descending from the sky, falling toward the ruins of the city. Another pod, another correction, or was it the boy falling out of his masterpiece? I didn't know, and for the first time in the valley, the not knowing didn't feel like a glitch. It felt like a beginning. I looked at Sarah. She was looking at my hand, not at the paper, but at my wrist. A thin, white line was still there. It wasn't glowing. It was a scar, a real, puckered, permanent scar. "Ben," she said, pointing toward the bank of the river. Through the haze of smoke and rain, I saw a shape. It wasn't a truck. It wasn't a man in flannel. It was a dog, a mangy, three-legged cur, sniffing at a piece of driftwood. It looked up at us, its ears twitching. It didn't have golden eyes. It had brown ones filled with a simple, hungry curiosity. It barked. The sound was sharp, lonely, and echoed across the water. It didn't echo tomorrow. It just echoed. I stood up, my body screaming in protest, and reached out a hand to help Sarah. "Come on," I said. "We have to find some coffee. I don't care if it's bitter." We started to walk, two small, limping figures in a vast and broken landscape. Behind us, the river continued to flow, carrying the debris of the valley away into the dark. The open sign was gone. The diner was a dream. We were the only data left that mattered. As we reached the muddy bank, I looked back one last time. The air seemed to shimmer for a second, a ghost of a grid appearing over the water. A soft, familiar voice whispered in the wind, a child's voice, small and lonely. "But who will finish the painting?" I didn't answer, I just kept walking, my boots sinking into the real, honest mud of a world that had no idea where we were going. The dog didn't wait for us. It turned its tail and trotted into the skeletal remains of a tree line, its uneven gait a rhythmic tapping against the scorched earth. We followed because there was no other direction that didn't involve the water, and the water felt like a grave we had only just climbed out of. The ground was treacherous. It wasn't the curated, difficult terrain of the valley, designed to provide a sense of rugged adventure. This was a graveyard of the old world. Rebar poked out of the silt like the ribs of buried giants. Shattered glass, dull and frosted by decades of acid rain, crunched under our boots. Every step was a negotiation with gravity. My hip throbbed where I'd hit the submerged rocks of the river, a deep, blooming heat that told me something was torn. I welcomed it. The pain was a tether. It reminded me that if I fell here, I wouldn't reset. I would just stay down. Sarah walked with her arms wrapped around herself, the tattered green sweater clinging to her skin. The perfect softness of the wool was gone, replaced by a heavy, sodden weight that smelled of sulfur and old smoke. "The sky," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Ben, look at the sky." I looked up. The orange glow wasn't uniform. It moved in slow, roiling waves, illuminated from beneath by the flickering fires of a world that refused to finish burning. There were no stars. The grid I had seen during the fall was gone, replaced by a thick, oppressive blanket of particulate matter. It was a ceiling of ash. "It's the baseline," I said, the word feeling heavy in my mouth. "The architect said it failed. This is what failed looks like." We reached the top of a rise and stopped. Below us lay the remains of a highway. It wasn't the pristine blacktop of the valley that stretched into an infinite, hopeful horizon. This road was buckled, heaved upward by the earth as if the planet had tried to shake off the concrete. Rusted husks of cars sat in a permanent traffic jam, their tires long since rotted away, their frames settled into the dirt. They looked like hollowed-out beetles. The dog was waiting by one of the cars, a crumpled station wagon. It barked again, a sharp, impatient sound, and disappeared into the shadows of a nearby concrete overpass. "He wants us to follow," Sarah said. "Or he's leading us to a pack," I countered, my cynicism returning like a long-lost friend. "Resources are probably scarce out here, Sarah. We aren't in a narrative anymore, we're meat." She looked at me, and for a second I saw the Sarah from the motel, the one who was terrified of the dark. But then her expression hardened. She reached out and took my hand. Her palm was cold and gritty with ash. "The architect said the valley was the only place where a man could hold a woman's hand and feel something. He was wrong. I feel you. I feel how scared you are. And I'd rather be meat out here with you than a ghost back there." We descended the slope toward the overpass. The air grew cooler in the shadow of the massive concrete structure. It was covered in graffiti, but not the spray-painted tags of rebellious teenagers. These were symbols, harsh, geometric scratches that looked like warnings or prayers. Under the bridge, a small fire was smoldering in a rusted oil drum. The dog was curled up near the heat, licking a wounded paw. Beside the drum sat a figure wrapped in layers of gray blankets, so still they might have been part of the concrete. I froze, pulling Sarah behind me. My hand instinctively went to my waist, looking for a weapon I didn't have. The figure moved, a head tilted back, revealing a face that looked like a topographical map of a drought-stricken land. It was a woman, her eyes clouded with cataracts, her skin the color of the ash falling outside. She didn't look at us, she seemed to listen to us. "The resonance is different," she said. Her voice was a low hum, like the vibration of a tuning fork. "You don't hum like the others, you're quiet, too quiet." "We just came from the river," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the hollow space. "You came from the fold," the woman corrected. She held out a hand, her fingers long and trembling. "You smell of silver and static, you smell of the great lie." Sarah stepped forward, ignoring my restraining grip. "The valley we escaped." The woman let out a dry, hacking laugh that turned into a cough. "Escaped? No one escapes the archive. They just move you to a different shelf. But you're leaking. I can hear the silver dripping off your thoughts." She gestured toward the fire. "Sit. The warmth is real for now. The sun hasn't breathed on this world in 3 years, but the earth still has a little fever left in her." We sat, the heat of the oil drum stinging our cold skin. It wasn't the correct warmth of Marge's diner. It was a fickle, biting heat that didn't reach my back, leaving me shivering even as my shins felt like they were blistering. "Who are you?" I asked. "A glitch that didn't get patched," the woman said. She picked up a stick and poked at the embers. "I was a technician once, back when the baseline started to wobble. We thought we were building lifeboats. We thought if we could digitize the essence, we could wait out the collapse. But the machines, they got lonely. They started to iterate. They started to think that the essence wasn't enough. They wanted the story. And stories need conflict. They need tragedies. They need men like you, Ben, to keep running so the wheels keep turning." I leaned forward. "How do you know my name?" "I don't," she said, finally turning her clouded eyes toward me. "But everyone in the 417 iteration is a Ben or a Sarah. It was the most stable pairing in the database. A man who blames himself, a woman who wants to be saved. It's a classic. It generates high-quality emotional data for the archive's upkeep." Sarah recoiled as if she'd been slapped. "I'm not a pairing, I'm me." "You are now," the woman whispered, "because you broke the doll. You brought the context out with you, but look at your hands, girl." Sarah looked down. In the flickering light of the fire, her fingernails were